right now, and we show up in hell one day, like it seems like the cards were probably just stacked against us to begin with.
Yeah.
Probably nothing we could have done at that point.
No, but just think about this. It's like, what could you ever do, right? It's like, what is an action that any man, like any man on this planet, could ever like undertake for that man to deserve eternal punishment, right? Because I don't think people kind of like understand what eternal means. It's like they don't really understand this, like what infinity means, right? Like the concept, like really of it is like, what could you ever do, right? Like I don't think there's anything, any crime, no matter how harsh, no matter how bad the crime is, right? It's like, dude, you could be Hitler to the power of Hitler, right? It's like it's still not infinity. It's like it's not even close to being infinity. So yeah. But anyway, I started the event. I started the stream. Yeah. Well, all we need now is people showing up. I see Fireman Bill is still on his racist thing. Good for him, I guess.
Oh, he found a new toy to play with recently too.
Oh, enlighten me. What is the new toy?
He likes to advocate for socialism, right? The
national kind, or
well, no, he likes social nationalism is what he likes to advocate for.
Oh, it's not national socialism; it's socialist nationalism.
Social nationalism is what he
social nationalism. Dude, do you think anybody ever tried that before? I'm trying to think if there's anybody in history that ever tried that before, because I don't know. It doesn't come to mind. Like nothing comes to mind. I should ask Grok or like ChatGPT as people do today.
Grok is the right one to ask about that, actually.
Well, he did say that he's Mecha Hitler or something, so would be interesting. Anyway, desk lamp. I see you're here. Not many people yet showing up. And we just left. Oh my god. Okay, dude. Can you imagine, like, on the other things, like as soon as we put like abortion and trans people, we had like 20 people right now, right? As soon as Jesus comes, it's crazy.
I've noticed that anybody who is like atheistic or anything like that, they're bold. We're willing to jump into a chat. We'll defend our views, even if you can mute us, even if you have that power over us, right? But anyone who holds these alternative views, particularly right-wing views, predominantly they are afraid to go into a room where they might get muted. They're terrified.
Well, because they have I call it like the Ben Shapiro mentality. And like the Ben Shapiro mentality is, I need to have the power of the mic, right? I need to be able to bully you when we are having a conversation, because if I'm not able to bully you, I cannot win based on my arguments. Right, so that's why like Ben Shapiro, like whenever he had like years ago, right, like 10 years ago, or however the fuck long ago it was, right? Like that's why he was always, first of all, only almost exclusively like debate college students, who weren't that great. Like anytime he was like fucked in one of those debates, he wouldn't post it. And he always had the power of the mic, right? Like he would constantly like interrupt, overtalk, and just like cut the mic off of the student whenever like they made like a decent point, right? And obviously, just taking things out of context, because it is what it is. It's just like the best thing to do.
Man, also the other king of this was Charlie Kirk. Anyone who like thought that Charlie Kirk was a really strong debater, it's like, man, like I remember going on to his YouTube channel one day and being like, okay, like what does this guy like to? I want to watch some debates, right? He doesn't post debates. He posts compilations where like he'll spend 12 hours at one college campus debating people, quote unquote, all day, and he'll post a 4-minute clip of liberal gets triggered and owned. And like it's just so cherry picked and out of context, and just like framing people in the worst possible light that like, no, you're totally right. Like that's the only way that those kind of viewpoints can look good is when they're just cherry picked to the max.
Yeah, and they're also like really good masters at like all kinds of like debate tactics. Where they're just like employing like all the logical fallacies possible in order to make themselves look like they came out on top. Because they're not
logical fallacies are called rhetoric these days, sir. Get it right.
I don't know, man. It's like I'm not with the hip youngsters anymore. I'm just like an old fart. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's like I saw like every time Ben Shapiro actually debated anybody that had any knowledge of like things, he would just get like wrecked, because he didn't really like know like all these things in any amount of detail, right? So it was easy for anybody that actually knew those things to just like, you're just factually. Do you remember the thing? Okay, so we're kind of going down like a memory lane. Do you remember the thing about the house on the beach? That if you have the house on the beach and climate change is going to raise the water level, it's very easy. You just sell the house. There was like this guy on YouTube that just made like this thing where he literally punched the wall and just went through the wall. And it's like, who you're gonna sell it to, Ben? Who? The dolphins? It's like, because that's the thing, dude. It's like that's the problem. It's like the problem is that if the water level goes up, nobody's gonna buy your house, dude. It's like that's the whole point of it. You're just out of a house.
Right, it's like it's slightly worse quality to live there. It's SpongeBob's house now. Dude.
SpongeBob or Aquaman, as depth charge is saying. It's just like Aquaman's house now. I mean, dude, Aquaman doesn't even have to, or SpongeBob, they don't even have to buy it from you, right? They just wait. It's like, well, I'm gonna have some new property in like 2 months. That's it. like zero work on my part. Just yeah. That was Ben Shapiro. I don't know if you saw that they're kind of going under, like the whole Daily Wire thing right now. But
no, what's happening? I mean, is it not just getting unpopular? That's kind of what I thought was happening.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them. They had to. I mean, the first reports were like they had to fire like 50% of their employees. They came up with an answer and saying they only fired like 30%, which is like, okay, cool. It's still a lot, like 30% of people. Still a lot.
You know what? I think I did read about this. It's like there's no point in like making high effort right wing grift content when you can just have an Indian guy make a blonde woman AI influencer that peddles your shitty right wing talking points. Turns out that's just as effective, and people give money to that just the same as give it to Ben Shapiro. So he's just cooked. Also,
I think it's very cooked for him because there's other like right-wing grifters that are just like way better than him at grifting. Like Candice, for example. Candice just like wrecked him. And
he was probably peddling inferior quality beef tallow compared to the other people.
Yeah. And his numbers are like very low, right? You're looking at his channel. He's like what, like 3 million subscribers, and he's got like he has like a new video, and it's like 50K views. I was like, what? With like 3 million subscribers, you have like 50K views, and that's because a lot of the right wing ecosphere just has like a lot of botting done, right? They just like pump a lot of money into the whole thing to just make it go up. Anyway, Vegas, hello. Do you believe in Jesus? Hello. Do you believe he was resurrected?
No, I believe he was a man, but I don't believe. I mean, there's some evidence to suggest he lived as a man, but I don't think there's any evidence to suggest he was resurrected.
God damn it, dude! I was me and Krishon were just here. Hoping like people are gonna come and say, "You motherfuckers, you don't know he was resurrected. Here's like undeniable evidence that he was resurrected." Boom, and they were like, "Oh shit!" It's like we've never seen that. Okay, you're disappointing, man. It's like, what? I'm joking, obviously.
I'm very disappointed.
I'm joking. You're very welcome to be here. But I wanted to ask you earlier, Christian, who do you think is going to cave first? Who's going to be the first Christian among us? Is it me or you?
Probably me.
What? Why?
Rather than you.
Why?
I don't know. Like, I've had thoughts about it being interesting to, like... Okay. Like, someone made an argument to me one time that, like, an effective way to change politics is not through the Democratic Party, but to try and change the Republican Party, right? So, like, what if the way to get better Christian theology is to give them better Christian theology, right?
Well, how do you do that, though?
Become part of a church and be a pastor, but give people non-shit theology to think about, right? And it's still theology at the end of the day, so it only gets so good. But, like... Yeah. You know, the not hateful and backwards and illogical kind.
I mean, it's kind of... Can I do an analogy to what you're saying? Like a much more like visual analogy, right? Imagine you have like this place that feeds homeless people, right? And, you know, they put like 50% of the thing they put in the food is just feces, right? So if you're going there... And instead of like 50% feces in the food, you're just going to put like 5% feces in the food. It's kind of like, yeah. I mean, it's better, right?
That's the idea. That's totally the idea.
50, but at the end of the day, you're still feeding them shit, right? I mean, that's the whole thing.
But it's like, but we've tried for so long to stand outside with fresh produce and be like, guys, you don't have to eat shit all day. But it, you know, they seem determined that they're going to do it. And, you know, I don't intend on doing this, but it's a thought that I've toyed with, you know?
No, I get it. But
I think... What if that is the right way?
Because I'm just thinking that maybe you're going to become a pastor, and it's like the moment you get your first jet, you're going to be like, huh. You know what I mean? It's like, maybe not a bad thing. I don't know, man. It's like...
What's this in the GPS past locations? Cool private islands. Let's go.
You know, because I just see like so much lying that's being done in the name of God, basically. You know, they're constantly just like making shit up. Like recently I was watching like on, you know, I installed TikTok like 2 weeks ago, I think. Something like that. Looking for like whatever a fucking Christian content, you know, they have. And like these people, you see them coming up and they're just telling like these personal stories that they have. And it's just like, it's all bullshit. Like literally all bullshit. And you're like, what the fuck is this? You know, and it's like people are just eating it up.
It's the same kind of stories that non-Christians will tell, or Muslims, or anyone in the world. It's just that at the very end, you just say, "And then I thank Jesus." Right? It's like it had nothing to do with the story up until that point.
Oh no, it's even worse than that.
That's why I believe in God.
Yeah. Anyway, Paperback Man, are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
Oh, I'm a Christian. Yes, I'm a Christian.
Oh my God. Okay, we got one. So do you believe Jesus resurrected?
I do, yeah.
Oh, why would you believe that? What? Why?
Well, I mean, first of all, like I believe like a worldview that is atheistic is pretty incoherent, so, and just unlikely more than anything, so.
What does that have to do with like Jesus being resurrected? You said you believe
that, like, yeah, but that would get us that theism is true. So there's God. So then,
well, not necessarily, because you know Jesus could have just been resurrected.
It could be
polytheism.
Well, right. But like
he could have even been resurrected by without a God, right?
But sure. But what I'm saying is, right, and I'm sure this is pretty like uncontroversial, is that like if Jesus is more likely to have been resurrected if theism is true than if atheism is true.
Well, not necessarily.
Why is that the case?
Or no, it's more so that the truth of theism raises the probability of Jesus having been resurrected.
Why is that the case?
No, it doesn't.
Well, because Jesus said things that would indicate and once again, I'm not saying that this proves that Jesus was resurrected, only that it raises the probability.
But that's fine. But let's start from the fact that, okay, so we have a thesis, theism. There is a God of the universe, right?
Right.
What about that thesis, that there is a God, raises the probability that a man crucified in the Bronze Age was raised from the dead 3 days later?
So Jesus said he was God, and the truth of that, if that was true, that would raise the probability of him being able to resurrect from the dead.
But I think I'd be willing to grant that, but that's not entailed by theism being true. Is that Jesus is God, right?
Right.
I think I might grant that if
I didn't say it's entailed. I said it raises the probability.
Well, it doesn't. In what way does it raise the probability if it doesn't entail it in some way?
Well, because it gives one of course, you could mention others, yes, but it gives one possible explanation.
Well, but there's plenty of non-theistic explanations.
Yes,
right?
of course.
Like maybe there is no God in the universe, but there are aliens who like to troll people.
Also, you could have magic without a God, and magic could do that.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. A world without God, like that's an incoherent worldview, right? So.
Could just be physics we're not aware of.
Yeah, but just okay. So we're gonna go back to your claim. You said that a theistic worldview actually raises the possibility, and the reality is that I can have like other worldviews in which the probability is way higher, right? And also, how do you gauge the probability of resurrection being possible in a non-godly world? Maybe it is possible, and we just don't know it. Do you know if that's not the case?
I can grant you. No. Here's the thing. Here's what you're not understanding. Mm-hmm. I can fully grant you. You could give a million ways, maybe even more probable ways than theism, for Jesus to have resurrected, without him being God. Right. All I'm saying is that
people are resurrected now, like when they die for like 2 minutes and then they get brought back to life by paramedics. Cool.
So all I'm saying is that it maybe it's just by like a 0.001% chance. I'm just saying it raises the probability because it is one potential option.
I'm just giving an example that
cool, but this is kind of like a show, and we're kind of getting like one person at a time. It's me and Christian, so let's keep it this way, please, if possible. So anyway, Paperback Man, you said you believe that he was resurrected. Right. What is your evidence that happened? Because I think that's I think that's a much more interesting conversation than going to like a pre-sup.
Hello.
Yeah. So what is the evidence that he was resurrected?
Oh, I don't really care to do the historical conversation if that's all this is. I think it's pretty like low tier stuff. So if that's all this is,
so you have non-historical reasons for why you think a historical event happened?
No, what I said is that I don't care to do the historical debate.
Okay, but I'm just
because so you think lose.
But you do agree that Jesus was resurrected. This is a historical event. You don't want to have a historical conversation about it. So what are the non-historical reasons for you to believe
I did not assert that there were. I did not assert that there were non-historic reasons. I said I didn't care.
No, I just said you don't want to talk about those. So, so what are the non-historic reasons for you to believe in this historic event?
I did not assert that there were non-historic reasons for me to believe.
Are there?
For this specific event, no, I would say that the reasons are historic.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about Jesus being resurrected.
I mean, I think I pretty clearly stated that if you're just doing a historical debate, then I don't really care to do that. I can just head out of here. Like,
isn't that crazy? Because isn't God telling you to actually be able to defend your faith like at all times? And
I'm as far as I know, things that aren't history. Yeah. We just want to talk about the resurrection, though.
Also, okay, so let's assume he was resurrected. Okay, what was the point?
So that would have been to what's it called? Like justify humanity.
Huh? What do you mean by that? Can you translate it into words for regular people?
Sure. No, yeah, for sure. So humanity was dead in sin, right? And Jesus.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
So humanity was so corrupt that they were unable to.
What is your evidence for that?
Yes. So this would. Yeah. So I would have to. This is if Christianity is true, right? So if your question was if Jesus resurrected from the dead, why would he do that? So then you said if Jesus resurrected from the dead, so then you presuppose that Jesus, like Christianity is being true with Jesus' resurrection from the dead. So that's why with my answer, I also presuppose Christianity being true.
Oh, you presuppose like a lot of things. It's like, don't you find it like a bit weird? What exactly did I? I just presuppose the resurrection.
No. You presuppose,
I said, let's suppose the resurrection happened, right? I said that's why it wasn't a presupposition; it was a supposition, right? It was a let's say, right? It's kind of like a mind game, right? It's like we're trying to put ourselves into that situation where this actually happened, okay? And the question is like, why? What was the point of him being resurrected?
Like I said, because you suppose in this question that Jesus resurrected from the dead, therefore Christianity would be true. So my answer is able to suppose Christianity and give an answer according to Christianity.
Okay, so why do you think in Christianity, what was the reason for his resurrection?
Okay, I answered that quite clearly, and it was to sacrifice himself and like serve the punishment for humanity's sins, so that other people could be justified through him.
Do you think that it's an act of justice to be able to serve punishments for on behalf of other people?
I think it's an act of mercy and love.
Well, I would disagree, right? Like, let's say that Tony Soprano hires one of his mob members to Tony Soprano goes and he kills my family member, right? And we have the evidence of it. We put him on trial. We find him guilty, right? And he gets sentenced to life in prison. But at the actually before the bailiff takes him away, his henchman Chris Moltisanti stands up in the courtroom and says, "Don't worry, Tony, I got this." And they put Chris Moltisanti in handcuffs and put him away in prison, and Tony Soprano walks free. Now, someone is serving life in prison for the killing of my family member, but it was not the person that committed the crime. Do you think that that's justice?
So I grant that analogy is pretty funny. I don't grant that it's equivalent.
What way is it different?
I mean, you would have to tell me how it's the exact same thing, right?
Well, because the idea is that humanity was dead in sin, I think was the way that you put it.
Yeah.
And that you said that Jesus came and he served the punishment for us so that we can go to heaven.
You just came?
So that sounds like Tony Soprano committed a crime and Chris Moltisanti served his punishment. That's what sounds like is happening here. I commit crimes, but Jesus serves my punishment.
Okay, but see, the thing is, it would be more analogous. I still deny that it would be equivalent, but it would be more analogous if so the state is prosecuting Tony Soprano here. It would be more analogous if the state, as if the state is like one guy, but we're gonna say is, so it's more analogous. If the state itself serves its punishment,
the people.
We're talking about Jesus. Like one dude serves the punishment somehow, and that means that I don't have to get punished.
Spooks around the world.
Hey, Showa, you're hot micing.
Yep. I mean, let me know okay.
You can say that it was something different, but you were the one who says that Jesus serves the punishment for mankind, so we can go to heaven. That was the purpose.
Yes, he redeems mankind. Yep.
Well, okay. So can you explain how it's different than the Tony Soprano analogy?
I don't think
you said that they're not the same.
You're making the assertion that they're like analogous. I don't see why it would be my burden to say no, they're not. Right.
Okay, I can point why they're analogous because we have.
Well, you can point to similarity, but it would have to be actually you could put into similarity.
Okay, then we'll just say fuck the analogy, right? So mankind, I commit sins, right?
Right.
I commit sins, and Jesus serves my punishment, so I can go to heaven. How is that justice?
So that's mercy and love, not justice, right? That's what I said.
Wait, so
no, people commit horrible crimes, and Jesus somehow like. You have to be committed to this idea of penal substitution, that it is just or merciful or loving or something.
I said it was mercy. I said it was mercy and love. I said it was mercy and love. I didn't say that it was an act of justice. I said it was an act of mercy and love.
Wait, just real quick question. Does that mean that you're saying that God prioritizes mercy and love over justice?
No, because the justice is sending the unfaithful.
Let's just keep it between me, Christian, and whoever is talking with us, please. So, what was the question again, Christian? What did you ask last?
We were talking about penal substitution, but I feel like I'm kind of in an impasse with him.
I think I answered it right. Am I wrong?
Yeah, but it's like you said it's mercy. It's mercy.
Right, yeah.
So for
Mercy
example,
and
if it's mercy and love. So much mercy, so much love. So for example, if somebody commits like a heinous crime, just like rapes and tortures and like a lot of Can I just finish my point before you're like interrupting? Thank you. So imagine somebody is doing like rape and murder and torture, and then Jesus comes and says, "Oh, yeah, you're forgiven. That's mercy." Is the mercy? Do you think that's mercy? Just like letting the criminal just go away?
So no, I don't. So the reason I don't think that's analogous.
Do you think you can have mercy without justice?
So the justice part is sending or letting the unfaithful go to their damnation. That's the justice part.
Okay, can you?
And then
can you actually? No. You have to engage with what I asked you, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna explain why that analogy is not.
No, you can't explain something that I didn't ask, right? So it's like you have to talk about the things that I asked you. If you're gonna talk about something else, then it's pointless.
You brought up a point, so if you're not gonna let me respond to the point, it was pretty stupid.
Yeah, like the faithless had nothing to do with my analogy whatsoever. So I asked you again.
Analogy had nothing to do with the analogy? Awesome.
Can you have mercy? Can you have mercy without justice? Do you think that's good?
I think they're distinct, and the justice can be like on a different side of the coin than the mercy.
Mm-hmm. So you think like that person would be okay to be
right? So that's why I said I'm going to explain why your analogy isn't analogous, but you just wanted to.
Yeah, I know. It's like you keep saying our analogies are not analogous, but it's like
no, I can explain why. I can
yeah,
give the explanation as to why.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. See, I said I could do that, and then you just interrupted me. But whatever. So the reason the analogy isn't analogous is because it would be more analogous if the state which persecuted.
I didn't mention state.
Criminal, well, okay, who is persecuting the criminal?
No, I didn't say a criminal. I said somebody that did murder, rape, and torture. And right, Jesus just comes and says, you're forgiven. It's fine. Just get into heaven. So you think do you think that's good?
Oh, well, so this is talking about like...
So you weren't really paying attention to what I was asking you. Okay.
But that's not what you said, though. That you moved away from what you said.
That's literally what
fine.
I said.
I'll let you move the goalposts. That's fine.
He did ask that. I can vouch for that. He did ask that question verbatim.
It's literally on YouTube, by the way. You can go ahead. You can actually like rewind, and you can actually listen to me asking you exactly this.
Everyone.
Yeah, just you can do it by yourself. It's fine. It's on YouTube. I can put it here on... right, so like anybody could go back and listen to me asking you exactly this. I didn't mention he was like being what did you say? There was a state that was prosecuting him. No, that was like Christian's question earlier, right? It wasn't me. So you're just confusing things.
Right. So I think it's actually only like 1/3 of Christians who believe that we're saved by faith alone.
Yeah, but can you go back to what I asked you and respond to what I asked you?
That's why I said that rapist, that murderer, that whatever, wouldn't be saved because they didn't do good works.
But wait, it's like, are you saved by works or by faith?
Okay, so
and like
two-thirds of all Christians.
But I don't care about 2/3 of Christians. I'm asking you, man. It's like I'm not talking with 2/3 of Christians.
Okay.
Like,
well,
and also like I'm really down with the idea that doing good things, doing good works is what gets you into heaven. But then what does some random dude getting tortured to death have to do with me getting into heaven, right? It should be about my acts, my effects on other people, on the world, the legacy I leave behind.
Right? It's both. It's faith and works.
Well, I understand how works do it, but how does faith do it? Explain that.
Because that's what like brings you. That's what's like the actualization of your nature.
Oh, by the way, and what is this faith?
That lets you be one with Christ.
Can I ask you a thing? It's like when you're talking about faith, it's like faith is what? That Jesus existed, that he died for our sins, and he was resurrected, right?
I would say it's trust in Jesus.
Yeah, it's faith. I'm literally quoting the Bible. I don't know if you like to quote the Bible.
Yeah, I'd say trust in Jesus. Maybe you could use like
faith,
the Nicene
yes.
Creed to
it's
say,
faith.
like,
so it's like faith that he was. Yeah, the Nicene Creed actually says, he lived, he died for our sins, and he was resurrected, right?
Yep.
Okay, so you do have to believe that he was resurrected.
Yep.
Okay, so if you're not convinced by the evidence that you're provided,
yep.
Why should you go to hell? Because apparently you said that you actually do need this faith too, right? It's like you need the whole thing, not just the works, right? Like the works are kind of like, you could be a good guy, but if you don't believe, you're going to hell, right?
That's right.
Okay, so do you think it's okay to condemn people to hell for things they cannot control?
What do you mean by like what can they not control?
I cannot control the things that I'm convinced of, right? So it's like every time you have a belief is because you were convinced by the evidence that was presented to you. If you're not convinced by the evidence that was presented to you, then you cannot believe, right? That's literally how belief goes, right? And the reality is you cannot choose, right? It's like it's not a choice, right? Like belief is not a choice. It's just something that happens to you. It's not an action that you do. Okay? So since you cannot control it, right? I cannot control it, right? I read the Bible. Like I read the Bible more than the vast majority of Christians do, right? I went to all the apologetics, right? I went to the historical evidence. And it's just like I find everything to be lacking, right? So I cannot believe any of this is actually real and true, right? So in this case, it doesn't matter how good I am, right? It doesn't matter like what works I do, how good I treat the people around me. Like none of this matters unless I was actually convinced, which, is out of my hands. So why should I be punished by that? Do you think that's a good thing? Do you think like a good God would punish people for things like they cannot control?
Well, you see, even committing one single sin in your life makes you deserving, or at least according to Christianity, right? Committing one single sin makes you deserving of eternal punishment because you have an infinite debt to God.
Let's imagine you don't do any sins.
Okay, so Christianity would say that's impossible, right? That's not.
Oh, okay. So now, not only that, I'm punished for one thing that I cannot control, which is I can't choose what I believe in. I'm punished for another thing that I cannot control, the fact that I will sin anyway, right? So if God made us, He made us in such a way that we're going to sin, right? So it's impossible for us to not sin. Right? So it's like as soon as you're born, boom, you're going to sin, right? Until you die, you're going to sin, right? So that's one, right? You can't control that, apparently, according to you right now. And the other thing is, even if you do like almost all good things, but you do one small sin, right? Let's say you lie to your teacher one time in like 4th grade, right? You lie to your teacher one time in 4th grade.
You deserve to go to hell.
Other than that, and just burn in hell for eternity. And you think that's a good thing, right?
Yes.
Yes, and you don't think of yourself as being like a moral monster, right?
No.
Dude, close to the mic right there.
Yeah, I did. But most people don't. This is just basic Christian doctrine, right? Like with one sin, you owe an infinite debt to God because you've fallen infinitely short of God's glory.
How is one sin infinite?
Because God's glory is infinite, so...
No. I wasn't asking about God's glory. It's like I couldn't give a shit about God's glory.
Yeah, I'm explaining it, but when you interrupt me, I can't really explain it, can I?
Yeah, but how is one sin? So the action of lying to your teacher in 4th grade is an action that, first of all, it did not happen to God. You didn't lie to God. You lied to another human being. And it was a finite thing, right? It just happened then. It happened from one specific point in time to another specific point in time, right? The action, it's not infinite, right? So a finite action cannot trigger like an infinite like reaction.
So the action falls infinitely. The action falls infinitely short of God's glory.
How? Tell me how.
Because God's glory is like the fullness and infinitude and unlimited good. So any amount of evil would be infinitely short of that.
Can I ask a question, please? Can I ask one question?
Sure.
To the Christian guy. So my question would be: do you think that you lying or like stealing a candy when you're a child is the same amount of bad as Hitler doing the Holocaust?
So I didn't say that all sins. I didn't say that all sins were equal.
Or would you say
Yeah, but
that you
they
deserve
all
the same amount of
fall.
punishment?
Yeah, they
Oh,
fall
I would
infinitely
say,
short,
I would
right?
say- oh yeah, I would say that if I like steal a candy bar, I deserve infinite punishment, and yet and Hitler also deserves infinite punishment. So
Yeah, so the
you deserve
punishment is the same,
punishment.
right? So there's no
Yeah. Well, I mean,
differentiation between it, right?
I'm sorry. How can you have like like more than infinite punishment? Can you have like infinite?
No,
Plus
I'm
one
asking you.
punishment?
I'm asking you. Do you think that's a good thing? Just a second, why? So it's like, do you think that's a good thing? Like everybody is like, it doesn't matter what you do, right? But because it's a sin, you're deserving of infinite punishment, right? Like infinite torture.
Yeah. Yep.
Like it doesn't matter, right? It's
I don't
like
know if it's like torture. I don't
lie,
think it's like
you
a physical
lie.
view, but like punishment.
Well, it's punishment, right? It's like if it's infinite,
Yeah,
it
punishment,
is
okay.
torture, right? That's how you.
I wouldn't call it torture because I don't think it's like a
So, look,
physical thing. But
Well, it doesn't matter. It's like is hell like a good
yeah,
thing?
but punishment. No,
I'm
hell is
asking
not a
you,
good thing.
but it's like, do you like it? You obviously don't like it, right?
No,
in
you
hell?
don't like it. No, you don't like it.
Yeah. So it's
Would you
like,
say
and
that
this
there's
is
suffering
going
before?
forever, right? If it's going forever, that's torture. That's how it's like we define torture, right? It's like a continuous state of punishment, right? It doesn't matter. It's like, dude,
Continuous state of
even if
punishment.
if you're like imagine you were in hell and you just have like a small cramp, right, in one of your toes, right? If it's
Yeah,
infinite,
small cramp
you're
in my
going to be that's going to be tortures, right? Because it's infinite,
Okay.
right? So it doesn't matter how small it is, right? It's still,
Okay.
it's still
If
the
that's how you
same
want to
thing.
define torture, sure. If that's how you want to define
Yeah.
torture, then sure, you can have that.
But,
That's fine with me.
Cool. So it's infinite punishment, right? It's infinite torture, right? For it doesn't matter what for, right? Because it's like if you lie to your teacher in 4th grade or you just murder 6 million Jews, yeah, it's the same, right? Because that's justice, right? I'm assuming. Is that the love of
Yeah,
God?
I mean,
Yeah.
like Saint Anselm goes over this, and that's
Uh-huh.
that's the justice of God. And like Saint Anselm goes over this in his like Cur Deus Homo, how like any sin falls infinitely short of the glory of God, and we owe an infinite debt to him.
Yeah. Why? Why do we do that?
By any sin. So yeah.
Why do we owe anything to him?
Well, well, I mean, we have an infinite debt to him, right? Because we fall
Why?
infinitely short of his glory of God.
Why?
I
Because usually it's like the way people have debts is if they chose to have debts, right? It's like if I borrow money from you, that's a debt, right? It's like I entered
Yeah, I mean,
I entered
you're
the contract.
analogizing it a bit
I
too-
entered the contract. I
You're
entered the
analogizing
contract.
it a bit too literally.
I'm
right?
entering the contract with you, right? But I didn't
So you're
have a choice.
analogizing it too literally.
No, but again, it's like I didn't have a choice to be born. I don't know about you, but I know about myself. I didn't have a choice to be born. According to you, when we're born, we have a sinful nature because we cannot not sin, right? So it's impossible to not sin. So that means that we were made to be sinful, right? So God made us to be sinful and to sin. So what you're saying is like God made us in such a way that we know we're gonna born without us having anything to say about it. We're gonna sin because that's how we're made. And if we can't be convinced that like a magical zombie resurrected like 2,000 years ago, we're just gonna go to hell where we're gonna be infinitely tortured for it, right? So
Dude, if
kind of seems like this God you're talking about is kind of like a monster, right? It kind of seems like
if the non-Christians find this insane, like I can't imagine how you guys would find like Calvinists and such, dude. Whole different world, man.
Not a fan of
yeah,
Calvinism.
same.
Insane.
It's pretty horrific.
Yeah, it's like it's like
particularly horrific.
Religion is just
But
absolutely horrible.
yeah, it's not better than yours, Paper Batman.
They're all the Abraham.
Sure. No, I mean Calvinism is a sect of Christianity, right? So
yeah, I know, but it's not better than you, right? It's like you basically, it's like you're no
I'm
different
not
from a Calvinist.
well, I'm not saying I'm better. I don't think I respect Calvinists. I'm not saying I'm better than them.
Oh, I assumed you would, right? By the things you're saying,
Yeah,
I wonder how you're not a Calvinist.
I'm not actually sure if you know what that term means. So that would be one reason.
Well, can you define it for us?
Yeah, so it would be somebody who follows the theology of John Calvin.
Yeah.
And this is typically going to be with Presbyterians. I mean, this is always going to be with Presbyterians.
Wait, this doesn't
and it's
actually
gonna be with a lot of
define it. All
Anglicans.
right, like when I asked
that's
the definition.
Yeah, okay, so someone who follows the theology of John Calvin.
So what is the theology of
Like
John
the-
Calvin?
Okay, well, sorry, yeah,
The
because
important thing
now you're
is
begging
that
the
they-
question of who is
Here,
John
I'm
Calvin.
just gonna answer it. Shut up. The important thing is that they believe in what's something called
Well, no,
predestination.
I want him to answer
Yeah.
that
because he's the one throwing it around.
well, I'm gonna answer. They believe in predestination, that you are born and you as and they have this term called the elect, right? So if you are born and you are one of the elect,
the chosen
you
elect,
are saved,
yes,
right?
Because it's in the Bible. Like the chosen elect are in the Bible.
It doesn't matter what you do. It's not faith that save you. It's not work that
No,
works that saves
it
you.
is. They do have that as
just
faith.
being part of the elect.
They do have that as faith. It's just that the elect will come to faith is their doctrine.
Right. Sure. Okay.
So like
that makes sense.
faith for them. It's just that only the elect come to faith for them, right? So.
But Calvinism is interesting because it's like it's theism, but it's also like they're determinists. They think that like the world like is predestined, that like God set it up a certain way, and the dominoes are just going to fall the way that they fall, and that they were destined to fall. And you're either one of the elect or you're not. Get fucked.
Yeah, and if you're one of the elect, you're also going to be believing, right? So it's by definition, yeah. Yeah, but again, it's like it's just the same as you, right? It's not much of a difference, right? Because I literally asked you, so we are born without actually choosing to be born. We have a nature that we did not choose, and God made us in such a way that we are sinners, right? And we are deserving of death according to the Bible.
Oh, I can say
and we can't choose whether or not to believe or anything. And, the result is still the same, right? I mean, I'm going to go to hell in your universe and in the Calvinist universe, just the same, right? For things that I cannot control. So can you tell me? Sort of. It's kind of like me, Christian, and we're just taking like with one guy at a time. But if you want to intervene,
who chooses like who is and who isn't destined?
Well, God.
We don't have access to God. So like the people that are convening with the God that are part of this, are they the ones that are?
What do you mean? Part about Calvinism is like they don't really evangelize much. They're not trying to convince you to believe in God. It's just like, look, man, if you do and you're one of the elect, then nice job. And if not, it's like, don't even bother, right? Don't even worry about it.
They have their. I've actually offered that critique of Calvinism. They have their answer for it, which is just like God uses us to get people to come to faith, which is fine. I'm not a Calvinist. Also, it's kind of like sad Calvinism chats only ever talk about predestination because it's a lot more than that.
But you think God is good, right? Like always good, right? Paperback man.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how are you like a command theory person?
A what theory?
Divine command theory. So, like, if God tells you to do anything, no. So how can you tell that God is good? Then? So how do you know that God is good?
Well, goodness is like being. God is the fullness of being.
No, I get it. But how do you tell? How do you tell that God is good? I understand that you have like this thing that you believe.
I just explained it.
What you did like a tautology, but more like a circular argument, right? God is good because it says that God is good,
right?
Yeah, but again, it's like, how do you tell?
Well, I defined what God. So I told you what God is and what good is, and yeah.
Yeah, it's a circular definition. You understand that, right?
Bro, all definitions are circular. That's what a definition is.
Not all definitions are circular, but I agree that eventually you're going to get to like a circular thing. You're doing it from the beginning.
Doesn't define anything.
Oh, so if I say I just define God as being nonsense.
Wait, no. Go back. Go back a bit.
I just did the same thing as you, right?
If a definition isn't circular, then it's not a definition. Like that's what. So
I defined God. God means nonsense, and nonsense means God. That's my definition. So who wins? How can we?
So low tier, man. Holy shit.
No, but
does this get like a lot of views on YouTube, man? This is funny.
Can you answer the question, or are you just going to like?
But he's right.
I'm not sure what your question is.
He's pointing out the problem of tautologies to you, and he's correct. You're doing the same thing that he is.
What is the issue? Is there like an issue here? I'm not.
It's circular reasoning. It doesn't have a base.
So you keep saying like God is good because goodness means God. So how the fuck is that any different from what I said?
Because goodness means being. God is the fullness of being and the source.
No, we don't have a referent to go off of, so we have no way to describe it. Definitions are a reference. They're a reference. Okay, we need something to describe it. What are the attributes of your little God?
So what's your just a second? Poidi, just a second.
Like, for instance, I could describe
Poidi, chill. I got this. So look, so the thing is like if I go by your definition, paperback man, then that would mean, by definition, that anything that God commands you to do is good. By your definition, correct?
Like I wouldn't. Okay, so I'll take that, but I'll say also God can't generate privation, so it's not possible for God to.
No, but
do
I'm saying
something
it's
that
like
is
if
not-
God tells you
Okay,
to
wait,
do
wait, wait,
anything.
wait, here's the
No,
thing.
wait. I don't know why you. Wait. It's like don't do that because like we're not fucking Destiny streams here, okay? Just like chill. It's like you're gonna have your time to speak, okay? Don't act like Destiny. So the thing is, it's like if you're saying that goodness, right, is just like what God does, right? That means that if God commands you anything, right, it has to be good by definition, right?
I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying goodness is not. I'm not saying goodness is what God says is good. That's not what I asserted.
No, I didn't say that either. Did you hear what I said? Can you repeat what I said?
You said goodness. No. You said that I said that goodness is just what God like says or commands, right? And that's not what I said.
No, you said that goodness is the nature of God, right? So that means that if God tells you to do anything, that means by definition, anything God tells you to do would be a good thing, right?
Okay, so
would you disagree with that?
I'm gonna clarify.
No, can you just first answer the question and then you can clarify?
No, I'm gonna clarify before answering the question. So
you're first going to answer the question and then you can clarify as much as you want.
No, because I'm not going to actually let you strawman me.
It's fine. I'm not going to strawman you because you have your chance to talk, right? But again, it's like if you want to run away, that's all fine. You're all good. If you want to run away, that's fine. It's like you had your time to speak. Everybody that will listen to it on YouTube or anywhere else, it's like they're gonna see you had your chance to speak, right? Like nobody silenced you, right? You were not silenced. You had your time to speak. The problem is like you're having a really freaking hard time to actually answering questions, right? So, if God were to command you anything, would that be a good thing?
Yeah, so anything that God commands, like that would be something good. However, what is good is not determined by what God commands. It's more like he commands it because it's good, because that's what his essence is, not because he adheres to it good, but because that's what his essence is. Something being good because he commanded it. And I did answer your question. That was the first.
Okay, cool. So can he? Does he have a control over his essence?
No, I mean God wasn't in like the character creator and like where he chose his essence. Like he just is what he is, right?
No, but that's why I'm asking you. Can he choose his essence? Can he do anything to his essence?
His essence is unchangeable. It's immutable.
Okay, cool. But that wasn't my question, though, right? So
I answered no. He can't change his essence. It's immutable.
Oh, so he cannot change his essence. Okay, so
that'd be a contradiction, right?
Who decided his essence?
Nobody decided his essence.
Oh, so his essence is different from him in that case.
No, he is his essence.
Does God have free will? Does he have free will?
Yeah, it's like because if you're saying that he cannot choose, right? He cannot do anything to his essence. That would also mean that he doesn't really have free will, right? Because he can't really choose that, right? He can't do that.
Can't do what?
I mean,
anything to his essence.
I have a question. Can I? Do I not have free will because I can't grow wings and fly?
No, but is that your essence?
I mean, don't you define free will as the ability to do both good or bad?
So the thing is like you see the difference between you and God, or me and God, is that I'm not all powerful and neither are you, right? So if you're saying that God cannot change his essence, that means there's at least one thing that he cannot do, right? So he's not all powerful.
So you're saying change his essence as if that is like you're doing this thing again where you're saying like change essence as if that's like an actual action that exists like vacuously when an action only exists in the context of the action. So you can't just say like change essence as if it's a thing in itself when it's only a thing in a context. So no, there is nothing like logically possible he can't do.
But he cannot change his essence. You agree with me, right? There.
So changing his essence is not a thing. It's immutable. It'd be contradiction. Changing his essence is not like a thing
Can God change our essence? No. Can God change our essence?
He can change our essence.
Oh, so he can change essences, but not his.
Yeah. So once again,
so that's one thing he cannot do, right? He can
vacuously.
Oh, no, of course it doesn't. It's like if it's an all-powerful being, obviously he could, right? But he's not all-powerful because he cannot change his essence. Also, he did not choose his essence. So that means that we don't need anything from God because his essence could just be like separate from him. You don't need the rest of God. You don't need like all his thoughts and everything. No, because Because his essence is like an attribute, right?
No.
It's like in that attribute. That attribute.
No. His essence is not an attribute. His essence is not an attribute.
So what is his essence if it's not an attribute?
It's what he is.
So it's an attribute of him, right? Like goodness is one of his attributes, right?
No, it's not an attribute. It's not. No.
So what is it? What is it? His essence? Yeah. So
what do you mean? You're saying
that's one of his attributes.
What he is.
Right?
God is his essence. No, God is his essence.
So you're saying like goodness is kind of like an object, right?
I have no idea what you mean by object.
When you say something is good, do you think like good is a noun?
Like I think goodness is a noun.
Goodness is a noun?
Goodness, yes.
When you say,
can you use it in a sentence as a noun?
God is his goodness.
Huh?
Well, that's not a noun.
His goodness.
That's not a noun.
Well,
yeah, it is. Wait. If I said I am my body, body is a noun there, right?
I am my body.
Yeah, if I said that.
I don't know, actually.
Body is a noun there, correct?
Yeah, but I can also use it one body hit the floor, two bodies hit the floor. Can it be the same with goodness? One goodness hit the floor, two goodnesses hit the floor? Not really, right?
No,
maybe it's kind of like an abstract noun. I don't know. But again, it's like we're not really talking about goodness. We're talking about good, right? And good is definitely not a noun, right?
Daniel, can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So a Christian guy. So would you say that God is the arbiter of goodness?
As in, does he like decide what is good? No, he doesn't like choose.
So he doesn't have control over what is good or not.
Let me finish my question. Finish my question. Okay. So my follow-up. Would you say that like goodness is like the standard of goodness isn't something that God shows, but God is binded by goodness?
No, so you're trying to do this thing where you separate goodness and God. God is goodness itself. He's the fullness of goodness.
Yeah, so that means that everything he does is good, right? If like this goodness is magically like his nature, essence, whatever you say it, right? That means that anything that God does is good, right? Has to be
God
good.
God can't generate privation, so it'd be a contradiction for him to generate privation. So yeah.
I didn't say anything about privation. I don't know why you're jumping to privation.
If it's privation, that's not good. And if it's not privation, then it is good.
Yeah, but what I said is that God, everything that God does is good, right? By definition. Right. So did God make humans?
God did indeed make humans.
Okay. He made them with the inability to not sin, right? You did agree earlier that he actually made our essence, and that he can change our essence.
This is why, like Saint Augustine's like good. I mean, evil being the privation of goodness is well so great of a doctrine.
Cool, but he also said he cannot he cannot do privation either, right? So it's fine.
Exactly. He didn't generate privation.
So
exactly.
Everything. So he did us, right? He made us. He made us with the inability to not sin, right? He made us sinful.
Dude. The inability to not sin.
Did he make us with a sinful nature?
No, it's more so he didn't make you with a perfect nature.
No, I'm asking you if he made us with a sinful nature.
I'm explaining it, dude. Because once again, just evil is just privation. Is the privation of goodness, right?
Okay, cool. But again, it's like, can you answer my question?
Yeah.
Instead of answering your question.
So he made you. He made you, and you do, and your like your nature is not the fullness of being. He didn't like fill in. It's almost like if I like make a T-shirt and I like and there's like holes in the T-shirt that I don't fill in right when I make the T-shirt. And so I did not put the holes there. I simply made a T-shirt and I didn't like fill in these holes.
Well, that means that you're a bad T-shirt
but again,
maker,
it's like
right?
just a second.
T-shirt
because he was kind of like an essence maker of humans, right? And you said he cannot do privation, right? So he cannot deprive things, right? So when you're saying that Yeah, he cannot generate privation, right? So it's like when he made us, he had to, like, everything he made about us had to be good, right?
Right. So then what's bad about us is what wasn't made, because evil is not a substance.
But if he didn't make it, what exactly did he not make? Because if he did not make something, that means that he deprived us of like the good, right?
Well, he didn't make us completely good. Therefore, we're not.
So he made us incomplete. You're saying?
Yeah, I think that's actually a decent way to.
But that's bad, right? Like making us incomplete. Did he not know that making us incomplete? Just a second. I'm asking questions. When he made us, because he's also all-knowing, right? You're God. I'm assuming it's all-knowing, right? So it's like God is all-knowing, and he knew that if it makes us incomplete, we're gonna have a sinful nature, which is bad, right? So when he made us, if he made us with incomplete, he would have made us with an absolute knowledge that would be a bad thing, right? So that means that he would have made a bad thing.
No, so the reason that he didn't make us perfectly good is because a world
was he
in
forced?
which no, he was not forced, but a world in which like justice, mercy, like forgiveness, these things exist, is a more good world than a world where they don't exist, and those things can only exist if evil exists, right?
So you think a world where you have like murder, torture, rape, is better than a world without murder, torture, rape, because if you have a world with those things, you're going to also have like mercy. So do you believe in heaven?
Yeah, so
is heaven perfect?
Our natures are pure.
I'm asking you if heaven is perfect.
Yeah, because our natures are perfect.
Okay, cool. So you don't have like, I'm assuming you don't believe you have like murder, rape, torture, right?
Right.
So you wouldn't have mercy in heaven, right? Because there's nothing to have mercy for, right? Because everybody's just perfect.
Right. So
if that's the case,
the mercy. Wait, no, I'm gonna answer.
I wasn't done because I didn't ask you like a fucking question.
No. You asked me if we have mercy in heaven, and you didn't let me answer. You didn't let me answer the question.
Paperback man. I need to make my whole point again. This is my show. Just let me finish my thing.
You didn't let me answer.
You're gonna
say something that I have an exact answer.
Okay, it doesn't matter. It's like you're gonna just keep your thoughts, and you're going to be able to respond to it. So the thing is, but I'm not talking what got us into heaven. I'm talking about the heaven itself. Because once you're in heaven, there's no mercy in there, right? Like everything else happened before heaven, right? So that's kind of irrelevant. So what I'm pointing out to you is that actually God did make that world, right, where everything is perfect, where everybody has only good intentions, and it is a world, right? You have beings there, right? You have like humans there.
It's just unison with God.
Whatever. It's like it's a world in the sense that I'm talking about it, right?
I don't know what
you have a place. You have like this whatever you call it, this universe. It doesn't matter how you call it, right? But you have this place. You have this place. Okay, cool. I don't give a fuck how you call it. Just call it the trash bin. Okay, just call it the trash bin. The trash bin that is heaven. In the trash bin that is heaven. In that trash bin that is heaven, right? Like you don't have like murder, rape, torture. Therefore, you don't have, mercy, right? Because there's no mercy to be had there, or justice, because there's nothing bad happening, right? To have like justice and mercy, because nobody does bad things. So by your definition, that couldn't be perfect, right? Because you don't have those things. So do you think heaven is imperfect?
Yeah, so like I said, I already answered this stuff, but then you just kept on talking because you like to do that.
Yeah, what was your answer?
I don't grant your presuppositions. You're talking about heaven like it's
what exactly did I presuppose?
Place.
I don't care if it's not a physical place. It's still a realm, right? It's still something.
I still don't even know what you're talking about when you say realm.
Whatever. Also, okay, so you're just going to do like bullshittery when it comes to like the words that I choose.
When it comes to like after death. The justice part, because they're like, oh, well, where's the justice?
Yeah, it doesn't happen in heaven.
Well, that's those. Well, that's those who. Well, no, it happens after life, right? Because that's those who weren't faithful.
Yeah, but not in heaven, right? In heaven, you don't have any more acts of justice or mercy, right? So that is a place, or whatever you want to fucking call it, right? It's something where everybody's there, right? Like all the people that go to heaven, right? Because apparently you don't want to call it a place, so I don't know how you should call it, right? But this thing where everybody goes, right? That it's like a Christian, I'm assuming. All the Calvinists go there in that thing, right? And they're all perfect, right? They don't have, nobody murders each other, nobody does any bad thing to anybody else, right? So in that thing, you're not gonna have mercy, you're not gonna have justice, because there's no need for either, right? It's like you're kind of like saying, it's like, the fact that we have cancer is like really good, because without cancer we wouldn't have cancer medicine, right? So it's like so because because being able to have cancer medicine is actually such a good thing. We should all be happy that we have cancer in that case, which is absolutely it's like a totally insane thing to say by anybody.
No, I mean,
it's like the moment you say that, you're just like an insane person, right? It's like you don't. Your moral compass is like nowhere.
I can't talk. That's fine. Yeah, he just. Yeah.
I don't know. You keep like crying about not being able to talk, while I constantly let you talk, right? And it's like you put your ideas forward the whole time.
You let me talk, and then it's like, and then you interrupt me, and then it's like, oh, I was letting you talk.
I'm not gonna let you like filibuster like anything. And again, it's like this is still my show.
Right, I'm filibustering.
Yeah,
no,
you are. It's like when you start to talk, it's like you're just like rambling on, and actually not.
Oh, I'm the one rambling.
Answering the questions. Yeah, it's like 50% of the time you just bitched about not being let to answer like questions, or you didn't answer the questions until I insisted.
Oh, for sure, I was the one not answering. But you're right. Okay.
No, what question did I not answer? Can you tell me?
No, I don't remember at all. Actually.
Oh, you don't remember? Okay, cool.
Not even a little bit, dude. Not even close.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's like anybody could actually go in the video on YouTube, and it actually can go to like the whole discussion
on YouTube. You didn't come up.
Yeah, cool, dude. Dude,
Wait,
do you think?
I tried to find.
Do you think I'm like such a? Yeah, I don't care. I don't make it for YouTube. I just putting it there. So
where is it?
I think I posted it in the side chat. You can go up and look at it.
All right.
Again, I'm not doing it for like YouTube money. I'm doing it just to have this thing saved somewhere.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, Luai, you're kind of hot micing, brother.
I don't know what that word means or the term.
Yeah, you're hot micing a bit.
I'm not sure what that term means, hot mic.
You're not sure what it means? Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you just figure it out. You can Google it. See what hot micing means.
Hot micing. And or train.
Anyway, do we have another Christian around that thinks that that actually does want to talk about Jesus resurrecting? Because apparently the Holy Spirit wasn't that good with us tonight. He didn't give us like a Christian that is willing to defend his faith. Hopefully we might get somebody that wants to talk about the resurrection. Why are you so afraid to talk about the resurrection, by the way, Paperback Man?
Oh, I haven't read much on the history.
But you believe it happened, right?
Right.
Why do you believe?
Well, like just because I got like a sensus divinitatis, I would characterize it as that.
Oh, so just like a vibe? Yeah, you just have like a vibe, like a feel. Yeah, you're probably trolling. I agree with Christian. I did believe you're kind of trolling from the beginning. Yeah, no, I mean it's like you're kind of having like. Yeah, you kind of are. I mean, very few people are able to say the things you said with such candor. Right, like even like the most hardcore Christian is usually going to defend like a lot of the things you did not defend for even 1 second.
Right. But I'm the one rambling, right? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you see, it's like this is the thing. It's like I'm even if I'm talking a lot, it doesn't mean I'm rambling, right? It's like you when you're talking like not that much, you are kind of rambling. So that's where the difference kind of resides in. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
By the way, I have 2 questions for the Christian guy. Can I ask him 2 questions?
Also, like sensus divinitatis, like this is like an actual term. Like
Yeah, it's a vibe. I know what sensus divinitatis is.
But you've never looked into anything regarding the historicity of the resurrection.
Yeah.
But let's talk about sensus divinitatis. Like,
no, I've seen like I've seen some stuff, but I haven't like read like actual like books on it to where I can give a great defense about it against someone who like knows the historicity of it.
But I didn't ask you to give a defense. I asked you why do you believe, right? And you said you don't know that much about it. So again, it's like you're kind of like going back and kind of like reneging on your own words,
defense,
you know.
If you just want me to give you like the slightest defense, sure. I mean, I'll just say because of the witnesses and their writings.
What witnesses?
Yeah, see, we're going to get into the historicity of it. Yeah, but again, trying to drag me here. Like I said,
did you read the Bible ever? Did you read the Bible?
Yes,
ever?
I've read the Bible. Yeah.
Okay, which parts of the Bible did you read?
I've read the Old Testament and I've read the New Testament, and I haven't read the Apocrypha.
Okay, so what? So you read the New Testament, right? Because that's where the resurrection is.
I'm not
so the Old Testament is kind of useless.
I'm not very educated on the history.
So in the New Testament, who are the witnesses?
Who are the witnesses? Well, there's 12 apostles.
Where does it say that? Where do we have their testimonies in the New Testament?
As in their writings? Well, we have Mark and we have Matthew.
Mark.
Not Mark. Sorry, not Mark. No, Mark.
Mark,
was not. That's my bad.
Also, just for your like consideration, right? Mark did not write Mark. Matthew did not write Matthew, and so on, right? So
like I said,
they're all anonymous scriptures, right? Writings. Sorry.
Like I said, I haven't read it like books on the history of it, which is why I didn't want to debate. But again,
I'm talking about the only book that is important, right? Which is the Bible.
I know you just like doing this whole pride thing, and you just want to like sophist. You just want to be a sophist.
Well, I mean, you did say you read the Bible.
That's fine with me. If you're done, like I said, like I'm fine.
Did you read the Bible?
You can be a sophist. I did. I said, I don't mind.
So you said that you believe based on the witnesses, right? And I'm asking you what witnesses, because can you give me like a witness testimony from the Bible?
Okay. Yeah, I'm the one rambling though.
So what is a witness testimony from the Bible?
Like I said, man, it would be the writings in the Old Testament, in the New Testament, and that would be from writings either from the apostles or from the people who the apostles like.
What writings in the New Testament are written by apostles? I'm assuming by the apostles you mean like the 12 minus
John. Let's go with John.
And but John did not write John.
John wasn't written with John. Like I said, I haven't read anything on the history. You can do this. You can be the sophist. That's fine.
But it's like you just need to have read the Bible.
Dude.
Right? Because if you actually,
I don't think it's useful to keep pressing him to just engage with you forcefully. If he said he doesn't want to engage, he doesn't want to engage, and that's fair, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like weak, right? I mean, it's like you say you believe in these things. You say all the things.
To be honest.
Dude, this is so low tier. Am I the one trolling? Is that it? I'm the one trolling, dude.
Yeah, by far, bro. It's not even close.
Oh yeah, by far.
No, listen. Paper Bagman, I do think you did a bad job, but I also don't think you should be forced to engage if you don't know, actually. So I think it's fair if you don't want to engage.
Bad job with the history stuff. Yeah, no, I grant you that for sure.
No, I don't think you did a bad job in the problem of evil that Daniel Hume raised, but I think it's fair if you don't want to engage with the resurrection.
I just find it really weird, right? It's like, it's fine if you don't want to engage with these things because you don't know that much about them. Apparently you just like to do like field bro stuff. Which is fine. I mean, to each his own, right? If you want to just do like field bro shit, just do field bro shit, right? But again, it's like you say you believe in the resurrection, and I find it very weird.
Belief doesn't have to be justified.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying my thing, right? I just find it like really weird for somebody to believe in like this miraculous thing that happened and not have like the curiosity to say, wait a second, did it really happen? Let's.
Daniel, do you believe that the external world exists?
Well, I mean, I have like pretty good confidence. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I ask you why do you believe, could you give me any justification?
Obviously, I do have justification, just like you have justification that the external world exists. I have a lot of senses.
Can you before we go further with this, can you link this to the resurrection, Louis?
Well, no. I'm just making a point that you can have beliefs that aren't really justified.
Okay, congratulations on bringing up solipsism. Congratulations.
Yeah, because
everyone has to at some point.
Of course.
We can move on.
That was exactly my point.
Perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you didn't.
And that's why.
Yeah, but okay. I'm going to tell you something else, Louis, or whatever. So the thing, you didn't ask me if I can justify like 100, if I can be 100% sure of it. You just asked me if I have justification, and I do have justification, just like you have justification. It's like, can I be 100% certain of anything except the fact that I exist? No, but my sense experience, is justification. Your sense experience is justification, right? That's all. It's like justification or knowledge in general does not have to be 100%. It's like you don't need to be 100% certain of anything. 100%. No, but okay. So if you don't have to
I ask you, well, do you have a justification to trust your sense experience?
Of course.
Yeah, of course we do. Yeah, because they're reliable. You know what? Look, for example.
Yeah, well, how do you know that?
I'm telling you. So if I go in my apartment building and I call the elevator and the doors open, and I go in and then it goes down, and I actually didn't jump into like a chasm that just killed me, right? So that's justification. The fact that I'm walking in a forest and I'm just banging on trees, right? That's a good thing, right? It's like I see, my eyesight is actually helping me avoid these trees, right? When I'm talking to you, we can have a conversation. Just a second. When I'm talking to you, I'm having a conversation back and forth, and you know, it's fairly paperback man. It's like don't talk now.
Shit I've ever seen, dude.
Okay, cool. So when we're doing this, yeah, he just left. It's fine. It's like when we're having this conversation, you know, I can be fairly, you know, fairly certain that my hearing is functioning good, right? And my mouth is actually forming words that you can understand, right? Because you're responding to me. So you see, it's like these are the justifications.
Evidence, yeah.
Oh, no, you're not answering my question, though.
I think you just did.
I mean, no, because I asked him, like, how do you trust your sense experience? And he's saying, I use my sense experience, and it's working, and I trust it because I trust it, because it's working.
No, I trust it because it is working.
Said, man. Yeah, like, that dude, that's first off, that would get it's a script, but that was a lie. He actually said, I trust because it works. He said, I trust it because the expectations of his sensory experience meet the reality of his sensory experience. When he walks through the woods, he tries not to hit trees, and he doesn't perceive hitting trees. So it's a combination. Also, he can talk to other people, other entities he perhaps concludes exists, and confirm things like, hey, is a strawberry red? Does it look this way? It's the same. Does it taste sweet? So it's a confirmational thing. It's like saying, how do you know the pen works? Well, I'll pick it up and write with it. See, the pen works. Well, how do you know? I just wrote with it. Therefore, it works.
Yeah, it's kind of that, makes right? Sense. And this works with like a lot of things. And by the way, we also know for sure that our senses are not 100% reliable. Like, for example, perfect, yeah. you can be fooled by visual things, right? It's like you can be optical really fooled, illusions. Like optical illusions, right? You can be fooled by them, right? You can look at something and just be fooled by it, right? So we know our eyesight and the way our brain actually translates whatever the eyes is capturing from external reality, right? They're not 100% reliable. And that's why it's like we have machines that can actually translate it, right? It's like we literally made up tools that can aid us, right? Whenever our senses are not enough or they're not reliable enough, we have tools. Not only that, we can, you know, back in before we made like all these like modern tools, you know, people could just rely on each other, right? It's like if you see something, oh, is that a deer over there? It's like, I'm not sure, right? Somebody else comes, doesn't look like a deer. Another person comes, doesn't look like a deer, right? So when you have like enough people, you're kind of confirming that shit, right? So
you build a shared model of reality.
Yeah, that's how we're doing it, right?
That's the secret is that this is, we all know it's a fun conversation, it's a script, but it's a dishonest script because when our interlocutor here, when you walk across the street, and if you see a bus hurtling towards you, like a city bus hurtling towards you, do you say, maybe my senses are not accurate, and you walk across the street? Or do you not walk across the street because you would expect hitting by the bus would hurt?
Hold on. But that's already assuming that you trust.
You can answer the question first. Do you trust your senses to not walk through the street when you see a bus hurtling towards you?
Well, that's not the question. No, the question is, do you trust your senses? I'm saying, why do you do?
Yeah,
exactly.
do you think that's a good answer? Do you agree with the answer?
Yeah, so we trust instances. I think you're affirming. Well, my problem. Hold on, wait. I'm not trying to be a skeptic. I'm genuinely asking. So hold on. So the problem that I only have here is that it's kind of like it sounds like the same way when like a Christian uses the Bible to prove the Bible. So like I see, therefore I see.
Well, hold on. Of course not, because there's no evidence for the claims in the Bible. Well, there's only evidence for claims about reality.
No,
what claims did I?
Reality
okay, Loy.
Well, hold on.
What claims did I make that are unsubstantiated?
Exactly.
Yeah, because you're saying the way I perceive, I trust my perception is my perception of reality is through my perception of reality, and I'm asking you, how do you trust that perception?
Hold on, it's a shared perception of reality. That's the point. He's pointing to a shared perception of reality, even things that are independent.
Other people.
Things like using machines that can confirm, using like photographs, for instance. I can take a photograph, and that's a chemical process. It's separate from my individual perception, and other people can see that photograph.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Can you see the photograph?
Okay, so what? No, I don't. Okay.
So there we go. I rest my case. So the difference is one thing.
But
your
you
example was.
Hold on,
it's okay, man. We'll make progress here. One example which you gave is, well, Christians look to the Bible. Yeah, why believe the Bible?
Okay.
Because, right? So why do you believe the Bible? Well, I just have faith. But do we say, oh, you can run through the forest, not hit trees because of faith, or because you can see? Anyone can see a tree. You don't have to have faith in a tree to see it. If you don't believe it, you can bump into it.
No, but hold on. You see other people saying that they see it. It's still your perception.
And you can see it.
Okay, let me go from this one, Velociraptor. So the thing is, I would agree with you. So let's say, we are in the forest and there's like 100 people and everybody sees like a specific tree, right? And they can describe it and everything, right? I can also see it because I'm with them, right?
And you can touch it.
And I can touch it, and I can do all these things, right?
Okay, that's still your sense.
Do I have? Okay. But do I have the same standard when it comes to the Bible? Am I anywhere close to having this when it comes to the Bible?
No, well, I mean, no, it's not. I don't think it's this. It's the exact same. Well, the point that I'm saying that similar is that you're kind of like using your own perception to affirm your perception.
No, that's not true, because hold on, just a second. Hold on, this is easy. One sentence, I promise. That's not true. Can I perceive the Bible? Can I see Jesus resurrected in front of me? Can I put my fingers in his wounds like doubting Thomas?
No, but you see people. Hold on, but you see other people.
Well, hold on. What? So then, if I can't perceive it myself, we can all perceive the tree. I can take you to the tree and say, "There's the tree. I call that tree. You can touch it. We can talk about it. We can both, in theory, perceive the same object." But the difference is, there's a claim in a book. Can I see the claim? Can I myself confirm this is not made up? This is not a fantasy.
But this is not the thing that I'm saying that you all guys are similar in, right?
Hold on. Can you answer the question? So is it the same or is it different?
No, but of course it's going to be different in that part, but the part that I'm saying is similar.
You just said it's the same.
Okay, let's chill a bit. So, okay, because I want you just a second, Velociraptor. Okay, so I just want you to, because I kind of understand. So what is the thing? So for example, let's say I'm talking to a Christian, right? And when I'm talking to that Christian and he's telling me you're unreasonable for not believing this thing from the Bible. So, do you think I am unreasonable to not believe that the resurrection happened just based on the Bible story?
No, I don't think you're unreasonable.
Okay, so I'm reasonable to not believe it, right? Am I reasonable, for example, am I reasonable to actually say, I don't believe this, I need more evidence provided? Yeah, so you see that in that way, I'm not the same as a Christian, right? Because I'm not saying I'm not going to believe like anything, right? What I'm saying is I need enough evidence to actually convince me that this thing is real, right? Because if I don't have enough evidence, it's like
here's the test, right? Here's the clincher. Let's reverse it for a second. Let's take the Christian to the tree, and we say, "Hey, Christian person, here's a tree." They say, "There's no tree there. You can touch it." Well, there's no tree there. is that person reasonable for denying the tree?
Hello? I actually couldn't hear you. Can you repeat yourself?
It's the same analogy. Reverse it, right? Imagine we're in the forest with a Christian and we show him a tree and we say, hey, Christian, here's a tree. If the Christian says there's no tree there, is that Christian reasonable? When he's in the presence of a tree and he denies reality? It's right in front of him. He can touch it. He can feel it if he wants to.
No, so what?
No, the question was, is he reasonable? What's your response to that question? If someone denies reality.
Okay. Hold on. If they say like they're
they say it's not. They say I don't believe there's a tree in front of me. Yeah, I'm saying if you take them to a tree and they're physically in front of a tree, and you say there's a tree in front of you, they say it's not there. They deny the trees in front of them when it's actually in front of them. Is that person reasonable for denying the tree when it's right in front of them?
No, I don't think it's reasonable.
So then it's nothing alike. You've just negated your previous statement.
What? No, it's not the same. What?
You just said it's the same.
How is it not the same?
Yeah, hold on, shut up for a second. So I need to explain how analogies work. So when you say an analogy, obviously I don't think that
let's let Roy just finish his point. Yeah, go ahead.
And so when I say an analogy, obviously I know that they're not exactly the same thing, but I already pointed. I obviously pointed where I think there's a similarity, by which I think in the same way that the Christian are going to use the Bible to affirm the Bible, you're using your sense perception to affirm your sense perception.
Hold on, now he's just backtracking, dude. We walked through this. You yourself answered correctly. You said it's reasonable for us skeptics not to believe the claims of Christianity because the Bible says so. It says the book says so. Should you believe it? Need more evidence. You said that's reasonable. The corollary is reverse the claim. Would the Christian be reasonable for denying the existence of reality? If they're actually in front of a tree, you say, I'll take you to the tree. Here's the tree. I call this tree. They can touch it. They can see it. They can feel it. They can taste it. If they say, no, I don't believe that, is that reasonable?
Okay. So you know where the thing. Just a second. I'm gonna tell you because I kind of understand where this thing kind of like broke down between us. So because you said this like, you're doing when you're talking about your senses, you're doing kind of the same thing as like the Christians are doing. So the reality is like I trust my senses way more than I trust the Bible because I use my senses on a daily basis. I know the limitations of my senses, right? And I can, as I said, it's like you have like other people around you, right? That you can use in order to like confirm, right? And you can also use tools, right? So it's like you see, it's like when I'm talking about my senses, I'm not just saying, I just trust my senses, like regardless. It's not like in the void, right? Whereas when you're talking about the Bible, right? You don't have the same mechanisms. Right? Because the Bible is just a story, right? That's literally a story. It's like I did not live that story. I did not know that people. I wasn't there. It's like, it's just a story. And the thing is, it's like if it's the same thing, then I'm sorry. It's like it's the same as like if I'm reading a story about resurrected Nero, for example. Should I just believe that? Would I be unreasonable? Is it the same thing? Of course it's not, right? Because it's like, again, if I have to believe the Bible to be true, just because the Bible says it's true, I would also have to believe like a lot of other things to be true because they also say it's true, right? Just because a book says it's true doesn't make it true, right? It's like that's the most unreasonable thing you can do, right? Just like outright believe it, like with no evidence.
There's one more. Well, there's one more twist. There's one more twist as well, which is it's not just that; it's just a book, right? Because you could say George Washington chopped down a cherry tree. Well, there's nothing about that that's impossible, right? I know, my God, I'm making sense, right? But we know that's probably not a true statement.
No, you're just ranting. Answer David Hume.
It's okay, man. Try to track it a little bit.
Velociraptor, let's let Luai also like have his.
Hold on. To make
he's angry, man. I've been good faith. He's just getting defensive. I don't know what his problem is, but go ahead, man.
Yeah, thank you for bitching and moaning and then shutting up. But joking aside,
just a second.
George Washington.
Velociraptor. Okay, I muted you for a tiny bit. please. Okay, just this is the show. This is like I'm trying to like let everybody be able to talk. Okay, it's like I'm not as douchebaggy as I used to be like in the past, right? And I understand it's like we might not agree all the time, right? But like I like to have everybody have their time to speak, right?
It's all good, man. So as I'm trying to speak right now, thank you very much. As I tried to say, it's not just that it says something, like the statement George Washington chopped down a cherry tree, which is nothing phenomenal, but our senses actually would go against what the Bible says because we don't perceive magic. We don't perceive miraculous outcomes. We don't perceive people resurrecting from the dead. So it's not just a claim like something happened in the past that's mundane. Try to listen, buddy. It's not just that there's a mundane claim that happened in the past. It's not just that there's a mundane claim that happened in the past. It's that what we do perceive contradicts the claims. We don't see dragons. We don't see magic. We don't see resurrected zombies.
Okay.
Your response
is the very thing I'm questioning. Can I ask you something?
I'm gonna talk to Daniel here. Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
Are you a believer, first of all? Because I'm also like really curious.
No. I'm not a skeptic, but just going back to what paper bones something. I don't know. So my point was just to say that there's a tons of things that we can.
So you're not going to respond to my statement?
I mean, he already said he doesn't want to do it.
He said he's not going to respond, so he's just going to run away from it?
I mean, it's fine. It's like, again, this is a show. If he wants to talk with me, he's talking with me.
I guess that's fine. If he wants to be a coward,
no, it's fine. Let's not call each other names, okay? Like, for no reason.
Well, I made a statement and he doesn't want to respond.
Please.
This is so embarrassing. Okay.
I don't want to mute anybody, okay? But I will. It's like if it goes out of order, okay? Cool. So, Luai, go ahead. What were you saying about like what paper?
So the point, I'm not a believer anyway. I'm not like a skeptic either. But my point was basically when you push them on, well, why do you believe this? My point was only that, well, there's something that we can believe without justification. My example is like, well, do you believe in the existence of the external world, or like how do you justify your own perception? You're saying other people's perception. Well, my problem is how do you know that these people perceive something? How do you know that your brain is not like a brain in a vat and is generating everything around you? Like this is also a thing, which you're not able to disprove.
No, I get it now. I get it now where the disconnect kind of comes, because I think you're making kind of like a false. It's kind of like a false analogy, right? Because you're saying it's like everybody believes something without justification. I don't. I really don't believe anything without having some sort of justification. And the reality is that people that believe in the Bible
outside of the existence.
No, outside of the existence too, right? Because it's like when you ask me, it's like, what is your justification to trust your senses? I give you like a very detailed justification of why, right? So it's like it's a process that we actually have as human beings. Okay, it's like every time you believe in something, it's like you can point out as to why. Okay, what makes you believe in that thing, right? And like for everything that I believe in, I can give you the justification. It's like I don't think I have any things where I just believe, I just believe it. Because I believe it, right? And the reality is like when it comes to people believing the Bible, that's how they're doing. Like most of the time, they're just saying, I believe in the Bible because the Bible says it, right? So the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true, which, again, I'm trying to use reason, I'm trying to use logic, right? And just saying I believe the Bible because the Bible says it's true is the silliest thing like anybody could do. That's actually... it's an abdication of like your senses, an abdication of your like reason, an abdication of anything that is a justification, right? It's like that's not a justification, right? When you're saying I believe the Bible because the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true, that's not a good justification. That's not the justification for anything in this world.
I agree with that.
You already answered He's simply gone in a circle. You actually did great.
Why is this moron still talking? Holy shit!
Let's not do that, guys. Chill. Come on. Let's be nice, okay? This is a place where it's nice. I know he also got mad a bit at you, right?
I wasn't mad.
A bit you were.
Argument.
Trust me.
Address my argument.
It's like sometimes people are not gonna do that, but that's fine. It's like
I understand.
It is what it is.
To finish my sentence, the problem here is he's gone in a full circle. You already addressed this. To summarize what you said, even shorter than you said it, was one, he's not talking about 100% thing. Solipsism is obviously silly. What he's not saying is you can't be 100% certain, but you can have some degree of certainty. The other thing you put out was if you accept this criteria, if you accept this criteria, then you'd have to accept contradictory claims, like Vespasian resurrecting someone. So you pointed out two refutations to his
Vespasian,
position.
Did he resurrect anybody? Did Vespasian?
Yes,
I think wasn't Vespasian just because I think it was where was it?
Miraculous healings and resurrections.
Yeah, he did like a miraculous healing by spitting. Okay, he healed the blind guy by spitting in his eye, which is like crazy.
Sound familiar, right? But the point is, you actually gave these refutations, and he repeated his argument word for word with no reference whatsoever to your responses, and pretended you didn't already answer. Yes, there's some justification.
Yeah, I don't think he actually understood like everything, and then there was like some disconnect. And look, it's like Velociraptor. I used to be like very, very nasty in debates, right? I would like
I've not been nasty one time. I called him a coward because he wouldn't respond to me. That's all I said. It's not nasty.
Yeah, yeah. But it's like, sometimes it's good to just let people a bit like unwind and just tell their things. And if they're continuing to not understand and being kind of like then you can push
let's do what you said. Let's simply ask him. It's a fair point. Does he understand?
Left now, so.
I know that's sad. That's what cowards do, unfortunately. But I would just say, instead of repeating yourself, clarify. Hey, do you understand? I responded to this, and I'm talking about certainty, but 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I started from the beginning, right? Because I kind of understood that's what he meant, not justification. I think he meant, can you trust anything 100%? And I don't find that to be like a good.
Well, he didn't say that. That's the thing.
Good
he
way
implied
of doing things. He did imply it.
You're partly wrong. He didn't say it, though. You're right, but he implied it, and that's why you clarified what you're trying to say is this. Then you addressed it.
Yeah, I know, because I knew. I mean, he wanted to go to solipsism. As Christian is saying, it's like somebody brought up solipsism.
Sorry, I'm back. Anyway.
Oh, cool. Can we ask him the question just to see if he knows what you're talking about?
Yeah. Okay.
No, but it's like, again, it's like, did you get my my answer as to why I don't think I'm the same?
Yeah.
And do you agree?
Yeah,
or do you still disagree?
You think? Yeah, I definitely think there are some justifications that are better than others. Yeah, I definitely think there's like a spectrum of justification.
Yeah, and I think that's important, right? Because for some things you need more evidence than for others, right? And
that was my point.
I agree.
Yeah. No, and I think you also made a good point, right? Yeah, I don't know. Dude, what is this thing about the cherry tree? Because I keep hearing about this cherry tree. I never read about.
So it's a joke. Basically, it's probably not a true story. It's a story that was made up by a journalist. But the point is, there's nothing extraordinary about someone chopping down a tree.
Well, unless it's a magical tree. What if it's a magical?
Exactly, it's just a cherry tree.
A magical cherry tree. Like, come on.
Exactly.
Saying it's ontologically possible, but even the Bible isn't ontologically possible.
I mean,
I don't think it's possible.
Look, so the thing is, there's
fuck you, motherfuckers.
Okay.
Talking snakes, talking donkeys, zombie attacks.
Big
what about when I think it's in Paul when they said like all the saints just came out from the graves
Matthew.
and shit like that.
That's only Matthew. Yeah, end of Matthew. Yeah. And the only one of 4 Gospels that actually mentions the zombie attack.
Yeah,
dude, that is actually the best thing, right?
That would be interesting if they could find contemporary accounts of the zombies that came out from the grave. Like that would have convinced me. Why are there any contemporary accounts? Yeah, no, we can't do historical debates.
Yeah, Poidi, your mic is kind of like wonky. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It's because I'm driving.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what was happening. Yeah, I mean, so the thing is like when you're reading the Bible, I mean, the Bible reads a lot like just like everything that's been written in the area, right? And it's a lot of Judaism. It's a lot of like Mediterranean Hellenistic cults. It's just like a mishmash of everything, right? I mean, the Gospels contradict each other, like in a lot of places. It's just a mess, right? So it's like,
clarify something. Well, then let me clarify something. I feel like you guys take like a great suspense, and like I'm saying that you are on the same par as a Christian, which is not what I meant. well, my entire like analogy, that in the same way that you use your perception to see other people's perception, for example, like you affirmed your perception by your perception, they can use the Bible to affirm the Bible. Like that is the only thing. I never said you were the same level. I never said like you less justified in a question on the same like, justification. None of that. But for some reason, like I got very defensive, which I don't get.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, look, it happens. But the thing is, I did believe that like when you started, you kind of were saying that me and the Christians are kind of like both. We don't really have justifications, right? But I think we had the conversation. I think now you're also like kind of understand it better, like what my position is, right? Which I think is the important stuff here. Right, kind of
and
like
also because it's not just your perception, it would be reading someone else's presentation of other people's perceptions. It's your perception of what they wrote down, which may not be an actual person's perception at all. It may be made up or maybe a legend.
Yeah. But how do you know that they are perceiving anything?
You don't. I agree. You're perceiving words on a page. That's the perception we're talking about.
It's you who are doing the perceiving. It's you who is doing the perceiving.
You're reading a book. That's not you perceiving something. It's you perceiving a story. You're reading words on a page.
But it's still you doing the perceiving. You're perceiving the book. It's still your perception.
Of course, but as we were saying, you also have like other people around you, right? So it's like if I'm reading the Bible, right? But then it's like it's also Christian reading the Bible, but then it's also you reading the Bible. And it's like that's how we kind of create knowledge, right? And we create understanding of what's happening there.
Well, I mean, how do you how do you know for example, that Christian perceives things? Like Christian might be a generation of your like the entire external world could be you could be like a brain in a vat or something, right?
Yeah,
like,
but again, it's like look. So I understand, but let's move from this brain in a vat, like from solipsism. Like, look, nobody.
That's all it has.
Nobody can solve like the hard solipsism problem, right? So it's like the same problem we have it as atheists or as theists, right? So it's like that's irrelevant, okay?
Exactly.
If we were to talk about like if we were to talk about brain of that, that's a useless conversation, right? Because of course it's like the only thing you can be 100% certain of is the fact that you exist, right? No. It's your existence. Exactly. It's like nothing else because you don't know it's a brain, right? It could be something else, right?
Exactly.
But it's like the existence. You know it, right? You know it because it's an experience, right? It's not an argument.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? So when it says, I think, therefore I am, right? That's not an argument. Yeah. That's just like a statement of a perception that everybody has. Okay. So, but moving on from that, right? We can all agree, right? Like atheists and Christians and Muslims and any other theist or deists, right? Everybody can agree on certain things, right? We can agree that we can see things. We can agree on our senses, and we can agree on the reliability of our senses, and so on, right? Once we do that, because we all agree on these things, right? All of us. That's when we go into these stories. We go in. You're kind of like hot micing Big Salty Nuts. I'm going to mute you a bit because you're hot micing like a lot.
Here's the problem. See, the Bible is the claim, and if
just a second point because I wanted to finish my point to him, right? So once we all agree on this baseline things, right? That's when we move on and say, oh, okay. And this guy also believes in this book and believes that the things that are written in this book are true, right? And that's when, using all the things that we agree on, we can go into and examine, right? And investigate, right? And once we start to do that, that's where we're going to have a big chasm between us, right? Because some people look at this book, read the book, or even worse, sometimes they don't even read the book. They just believe something that somebody else told them about the book, right? And they're just saying, oh, I believe what's in there, right? And then I go in and I read the book and I try to examine it. I try to find the evidence that supports the claims, and I just don't find anything. Okay?
Yeah, you're saying you need to be more generous. You need to be more generous and grant a lot of unjustified premises to believe in the Bible as opposed to believe in the external world, right?
Exactly.
And I agree with that.
Exactly. And by the way, as I said, like in the external we all kind of like share this thing, right? And I agree with Christians about almost anything that's happening in reality that we can experience. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Poidi.
Let
Poidi say her thing a bit because she's also driving.
I'll just say this real quick. I'll just say this real quick. I see, and the thing is that ever since like the the Renaissance and the explosion of science and knowledge, every single time we find out something new or discover something new, then the churches or the religious people always have to do something with the text, and they say, "Oh, well, no, it doesn't mean this. It means this. Oh, it was an analogy. It didn't literally mean that," which is basic post hoc rationalization. And the more you do it, it gets more and more up in a tangle until it completely messes up with your logic all completely, because everything is trying to rationalize why what happened in this book that's supposed to be the perfect word of God does not match reality.
It's magic, basically.
I think that dovetails nicely into my bus analogy, because people do disagree on reality still. They don't all agree. We call those people small children and mentally insane, and we try to protect them from being harmed because of their I would say their incorrect perception. They're in tremendous risk for personal harm. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that is also like a good point, right? Because again, it's like we look at visions, right? It's like for most of history, like people kept having visions, right? And we don't really, we don't, like for most of history, we didn't really like bat an eye. It's like, oh, he's having vision, gods, whatever, right? Now in the modern era, once we started to investigate, the brain, the way it works, the way it interacts with reality, you also discovered that, some people just see things that aren't there, right? So it's like we started to understand more.
The things that monsters fear the most is a camera.
Exactly. Like look at the UFOs, right? It's like, do you remember how many UFO sightings you had like before like everybody had a camera on their phone? And as soon as people had that, boom, a drop. Then came Photoshop, and then boom, it got up again. Because people could just make up shit, right? That's how it goes, right? And it's like if I read that story, right, and if I see, oh, it's a resurrection. I mean, people treat the resurrection like it's this magical thing that only happened once. But even in the New Testament, there's like 2 resurrections before Jesus is resurrected. Or like 3, I don't remember even. There's Lazarus, there's the daughter, and I think there's like another one, but I might be mistaken, I might be confusing.
There's all the people of Matthew who resurrected, right? All the people from the graves.
That's after Jesus, right? After he dies. And then if you go into the Old Testament, again, like a shit ton of resurrections. Like a shit ton. Like Elisha, literally, he died, and then somebody else died, and they put him in a grave, and he touched the bones of Elisha, and he got resurrected just by touching the fucking bones. I mean, it's like, should I believe that too? How was that not miraculous? How are we not talking more about it, right? And if you want like historical evidence, you can go. What is his name? Orestius, right? It's like you can go into like actual Greek historians that were writing about this guy resurrecting, right? And some of them are writing is like, we know these things, right? They're writing with absolute certainty. We know these things.
Well, going back to what I said, I definitely do not think a Christian should play skeptic, because if he's not willing to grant things like the existence of the other world, then there is no discussion to be had about Christianity. So.
We're just kind of like, spitballing here and trying to talk about, what the standards of evidence are and stuff like that, right? So.
I agree with you. I was just trying to make a point in the same way that you said, well, we can all agree that the big problem of like solipsism is unsolved for theists and atheists. That was my entire point. That was trying to prove, like, we cannot solve that. If we're gonna grant the existence of the external world, but you kept on pushing him, which I didn't really like, to justify his belief, even though he said, well, he doesn't have that justification, which is why I made that point in the first place.
Well, I mean, the thing is, so with Paperback Man, so first of all, I do think he was kind of like a troll, but that's kind of like besides the point. The reality is like he was extremely certain about like a lot of other things, right? So it's like I can't really take you serious when you're so sure that actually God is like his essence is just good, but then it's like you don't want to answer like really really easy questions that come from like your statement that his essence is just goodness or good or whatever.
I think that's silly.
Yeah, because this is the thing, right? And you can't just have like that super strong like belief in that, but then you lack a good argumentation for what the basis of those beliefs are, right? And the reality is that he said he's a Christian, right? So if you're saying you're a Christian, in order to be a Christian, you need to actually believe in Jesus Christ, right? You need to believe in his resurrection.
He does believe in him.
He did say he does.
If he's saying he knows, if he's saying he knows that, then he needs justification. He's saying he believes that. I don't think he does. Right?
Yeah, I don't believe he was a Christian.
There's an important point, and it's a historical point, but you actually touched on it, and it's that there's this fancy word for it, but it's polyphasic versus monophasic societies. And in today's world, like in courts, they don't allow spectral evidence. If you ever read The Crucible back in high school, you know, a lot of the people's testimony was like, "Oh, I saw a vision when I was attacked by spectral evidence," right? And so there was a time, especially in the first century, they were a polyphasic culture. They not only accepted dreams and visions as portents of reality, but maybe even prioritized them. Today in our society, we're monophasic. We tend to say, you know, the waking world, the observations we make empirically are more reliable than our dreams and our visions. But that's not how the people of the first century felt. You know, when Paul had a vision of Jesus, he may have actually prioritized that vision over his actual observations in day-to-day life. So there was nothing odd about having a vision of a dead relative or of an angel or some sort of supernatural experience and concluding something about reality from that. Today, if someone has a dream, we don't say, "Oh, that dream is probably reality." We say, "You're just dreaming, bro."
Yeah, I mean, today we take him to the hospital.
I mean, if I had,
you know, do a psychiatric analysis on them.
If I had to summarize everything that Paper Ball said, he's basically saying, well, it's good that we have cancer because we can enjoy the benefits of chemotherapy.
Yeah, basically.
That's
you know, that's why I feel like his whole like and he at the end of the day he has to be a divine command theorist because he says that God's nature is good, right? So if it's good, like anything God tells you, it's good. And I didn't get with him,
some questions,
you know, to get to like the real hard question, right? That I usually ask divine command theorists, right? Because
if God commanded you to do this, would you do it? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's like you can go very graphic on these things, right? Like imagine God tells you go to the nearest kindergarten, right? Just take all the kids from there, right? Take them to the next pool that you see, right? Just drown them all in the pool, and then skin them all, and then just take their skins and put it all around your furniture in the house, right? So if God tells you that, is that a good thing? Because the thing is like if you're saying God's essence is good, it means that if God tells you that, that means that in itself is good, right? It has to be, because there's no other way around it. And that's just like...
I think some people will just bite the bullet. I think some people will just say, yeah, it is good. Right? I think I got another question, actually. So my question to him would have been, he said that, well, without the evil, we wouldn't know the good. But he's also saying that evil has no ontology. Evil is just the lack of good. Well, I mean,
that's also false.
Everything is good. Right?
But I also debunked him on that, because he does believe in heaven, and there's no evil in heaven. So clearly there's a place. I mean, I know he got hung up on the word place because, I don't think that's a place. That's like, whatever. That was just like bullshit on his part. The reality is, it's, heaven doesn't have evil. There's no evil. There's only good in heaven. Right? So clearly you can have good. You can have good without evil.
Well, I mean, in fact, there's only good. There's no evil, because evil doesn't have an ontology, right? Like, it's kind of silly.
Also, he also said that if evil is just the privation of good, but also exactly. God. But also, he said that God cannot deprive anybody of stuff like goodness.
Well, the whole
right?
shit is bullshit, man.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
It's fucking bullshit.
His whole thing didn't make sense whatsoever.
Also, he just. Well, anyway, guys, that was fun. See you guys.
Oh, somebody said baby pasters. Yes. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but it sounds good.
Paste, yeah.
Baby pasters.
And the babies into paste, right? Like DZ says on Justin from Deconstruction Zone, his example, yeah.
I'm going to steal that from Analogy 101. Baby pasters. I'm going to ask people about the baby pasters.
Divine command theorists, there's nothing you could say that's bad that God orders. He talks about when David's wives were sexually assaulted after Absalom's, uprising. You can do that.
And the son was killed by God, right? He died like in a week. And you know what the funniest thing is about that story, Velociraptor, is the fact that he had another son with Bathsheba, and God absolutely loved that one. I mean, God loved Solomon, right? Like he loved him.
David paid his price, and he was forgiven.
I mean, did he though? I don't know.
He didn't. His wife did. His son did.
Yeah, I'm just feeling that he got away scot-free. But the previous guy would call that mercy. Apparently, God has mercy only for David in this story, not for the wives that were innocent of the crime. So. Kind of weird. And the thing is like the Bible is just full of those things.
You have to say that's good if you're a divine command theorist.
Well, of course you have to say it's good. Like everything that's shitty in the Bible, you have to say it's good, because otherwise, where would you be, right? If you don't say it's good.
Be a monster, yeah. You have to say sometimes sexual assaulting women is good, and that to me is unpalatable.
Yeah, sometimes murdering babies is good.
It's horrifying, yeah.
Clearly, right? It's like sometimes it's good. I was thinking, dude, so what I could do at some point, whenever we're gonna talk about like I don't know how viable this would be, but I was thinking it could be funny. If somebody asked me, because you know how like Christians usually or like religious people ask, oh, where do you get your objective standard for morality? And I could just tell them, oh, I just get it from the Bible. I just get my my objective standard of morality from the Bible. I mean, I'm an atheist, I know, but I'm just getting it from the Bible, because and that's why I think it's okay sometimes to kill babies and to rape women.
Slaves.
Because that's why I do it, because I have my objective moral standard, which is the Bible. I don't know how funny it
for people to end up in court and like their defense for why they did some horrible violent crime is like, "Yep, God told me to," or like, "I am God," or shit like that. Like it's like not uncommon.
It's not uncommon. That's I don't know, maybe because in the U.S., dude. I mean, the thing is, like, the United States is such a weird country, and like a lot of these things happen there. And the saddest thing that I found out, like, relatively recently is that it's a fairly common occurrence for some mothers sometimes to just kill their children, their young children, right, before they're 7, because they have this belief that if they die before the age of reason, they're going to go to heaven, and they just have like this strong belief. Oh, it's like I'm doing them the utmost good. Right? It's like I condemn myself to hell to make sure that they're going to go to heaven.
They're not condemned to hell. You can be forgiven for that.
Can you? I don't know. I mean, even that. I mean, that I just find it like really weird.
Remember, there's only one unforgivable sin.
I know. I've done it. I've done it multiple times. I said, "Fuck the Holy Spirit." And,
well, that's not blaspheming, but I'm with you there.
Okay, what do I have to say? Please provide me a sentence.
Blaspheming the Holy Spirit is attributing the miracles of Jesus to Satan. So you have to, 1, believe in Jesus, 2, believe he did miracles.
Okay, so I can't really do it, right? So me as an atheist, I could never blaspheme against the Holy Spirit in that case.
It's impossible.
As an atheist.
You have to believe there are miracles first, absolutely.
And there's a Satan, right? So it's like I would have to believe in the fact that there's miracles, that there's Jesus, and that there's Satan. And I don't believe in either. So it's like, so God damn it! I can't blaspheme against the Holy Spirit.
Shit. It's win-win, man.
And here I was thinking that the baby Jesus butt plug would be a blasphemy against the Holy Spirit.
Sadly not.
Sadly,
it's just a good time.
It's just a good time with the baby Jesus sexual toy.
Yes.
Anyway, it's like a very distinct lack of Christians that are willing to teach us how Jesus was resurrected. Christian, I don't know what's happening, man. I was hoping
like the one guy who wanted to talk about it didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to talk about the history of it. That was massively
it's too easy. The internet has killed them. It's killed their desire to proselytize.
Do you guys think like the internet is kind of like the death of religion?
The religion's going to die, exactly. Because every argument's available, cross-linked with every refutation. So you can learn the argument.
Of it. Like, it definitely is a good tool for people to learn information to help them deconvert.
Sure.
I think that we are seeing it like decline, but I don't think it's going to be like, no one's going to believe it, because there's definitely plenty of people that have already seen all of the arguments and evidence and still, for multiple reasons, still believe it.
They haven't.
Jeez.
Time and time again, we talk to people, and they have their apologetics du jour. They don't actually understand it's been addressed, like some cases, centuries ago. They're unfamiliar with the responses. So they have one side. I mean, in theory, if you gave greater access to the apologetics, you could convince more people if they were good arguments. But we're not seeing that. And that's kind of the evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like this debate, the debate sphere. I think it's kind of helping like a lot of people maybe get in contact with like certain, let's say, counter apologetics. And it's also the fact that, I don't know, man, it's like I feel like apologetics hasn't moved. It's like they literally they have the same arguments that have been debunked like countless times. And the funniest thing is, like, I still hear people with the same like arguments. Is like it's like, what do you have to risk if you believe in Jesus? It's like, if you believe in Jesus, yeah, it's like, if you believe, you don't go to hell. But if you don't believe, you might go to. Yeah, it's like, dude, it's like, really, it's like, is this what you're going to present to me as an argument for this? It's crazy.
Yeah. What about Zoroastrian hell, right?
About what?
Zoroastrian hell.
Zoroastrianism.
Exactly, Zoroastrian.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's like, I think in that case, right, if I were to take the wager, I think you should believe in the religion that has the worst hell, right?
Or the best heaven.
Nah, I think it's the worst hell possible, right? Because the only so the Pascal's wager thing is about escaping hell. It's not about getting to heaven necessarily. It's about not going to hell, right? So if you, just make sure you don't get into the worst hell possible.
Or do you seek the best payoff? Either way, you're risking something, and that's the question. Do you try to avoid the worst hell, or do you try to win the best heaven?
Well, I mean, it's like, if you're a gambler, yeah, maybe it's like, maybe it's like a gambler's thing.
Spin the wheel, baby. Yeah, spin the wheel.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like Blaise Pascal, maybe he was like an addicted gambler when he came up with this thing. I don't know about him, but I'm not a gambler. I just like to go with reason and evidence. I think it's the best way.
Daniel, talking about how apologetics is not progressing, right? It was a couple of weeks ago. There was a good, a really interesting, not quite debate, but more discussion that got uploaded between William Lane Craig and Dr. Alex Malpass, where they're talking about the Quran, right? Surprise.
Yeah, I was surprised. Yes,
but that's such a prime example of that, where Dr. Malpass has been doing a lot of work about this and addressing the arguments about the infinite nature of the past and infinite regress and all of these things, and has written multiple papers about it, and like really progressed that dialogue a lot further and made things more clear. And like he brought up a lot of points that I had never really thought about in relation to the Kalam in that discussion. And Craig just looks at him and just goes, well, that just does not seem right. How can you have an infinite past? And just like just trotted out the exact same things that he's just been saying for years. And like that was honestly so disappointing to me. Like I was looking forward to like both of them advancing
I
that
can't
dialogue,
believe that.
but it was just
Christian.
like you said, like the apologetics just stagnated.
Yeah, I can't believe you got disappointed. Like literally, like William Lane Craig, he said multiple times that the reason he believes in Jesus is not the Kalam.
They're witness the Holy Spirit.
Exactly. He said it multiple times. So him using the Kalam is useless. Because look, and I can tell you for sure, I don't know of anybody that I in this world. Maybe I will be presented with that person, like who knows. But I don't know of anybody that became a Christian due to these arguments. Nobody. There's nobody that said, you know what? It's like I became a Christian because the Kalam convinced me. Or,
it's like
the ontological.
To it. Like,
yeah.
You just look at the difference between apologetics and evangelicalism. Like the evangelical talking points are nothing like the apologist talking points.
No, because the evangelicals are just saying like you will burn in hell. It's just like they're just appealing to emotions. Let's be very clear about it. This is the thing. It's like people that kind of want to draw people in, they're just using emotion. All right. So whenever you hear apologetics, it's mostly they're trying to use reason and logic, and they're failing like most times. But they're not using emotion, right? And that's why it's like it doesn't matter. It's useless.
Well, it does try it sometime. Let's try using apologetics to do Let's try using apologetics to do evangelicalism, right? We'll go and like find some people to talk to. Be like, hey, have you heard the good word about how indentured servitude really was necessary for economic purposes at a certain time and place, and that does fit into a system of objective morality which came about and brought the Western world and secularism about. You want to hear about that?
Did you hear the good news? How it's sometimes okay to murder babies? It's like, did you hear about that?
Right.
That's my point, though. It's the opposite case. Apologetics isn't convincing of the faith. It's defined as the defense of the faith. It's precisely done to keep people who are believing. To quote the Nazarene, give me a child from the ages of like 6 to 10, and I'll give you a man, right? Yeah, it's a little creepy, but the point is you have to indoctrinate children to believe in magical thinking, because if you talk to someone in their 30s and make these crazy claims, they'll say that's bullshit. You have to convince children when they're young and their brains are still not developed, they accept things like fairies and magic and Santa Claus.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good business model. Like, to be very honest with you, it kind of works, man. Kind of works.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like the same old. And like William Lane Craig, dude, this Kalam, he's been using this Kalam, I don't know, what was it, like 20 years? Like more? It's like, I remember listening to one of his debates with, oh my God, what's his name? Big atheist, British guy.
Probably
Hitchens, Christopher Hitchens. And that was like 30 years ago, Yeah. Because first of all, Hitchens was alive and he was like pretty young, And he was using the same bullshit, right? And it's like, obviously, I loved Hitchens because Hitchens had this style where like he would just like brush aside
he
like
was
the idiocy.
So witty.
Right? It's like you just said the dumb thing, I'm going to ignore it. And I'm just like going to tell you what I think about it. But he just says the same thing over and over, and he's lying all the time, right? Because I started this show, if you remember, talking about how like Christians lie, right? And he keeps lying about the science. He keeps referencing people as like, oh, they were like Alan Guth, for example. He keeps referencing Alan Guth as he's saying something when he was told that Alan Guth never said that, right? He was told, it's like he never said that. He knows Alan Guth never said that. But still, he repeats it, right? Because I don't know, it's like they feel like they have to. They feel like they're being justified in lying for their faith.
Do you know who Phil Halper is? Skydive Phil?
No.
Yes.
There's some atheist content on YouTube. He does kind of an intersection of science and philosophy.
Phil Halper.
Yeah, really, really cool guy. He's done talks with people about this topic, right? Where they tried out this thing where they're like, but the Born-Guth-Vilenkin theorem has this entailment. And Phil's just like, look, I have to stop you on this. I've interviewed Alan Guth in his office, sitting in front of him, asking him if he believes this, and he says he doesn't. And they'll be like, well, if you read the paper, he's like, no. I asked the dude face to face in his office.
Yeah, Sean Carroll brought a video of Guth to his debate with William Lane Craig and directly negated his statement. He actually had the documentation from the author himself in video form. I mean, but it's basically, you have to realize William Lane Craig was a professor, still is emeritus at Biola University. In order to be employed there, you have to sign a statement of faith. And they specifically say, as their statement of faith, that the New and Old Testament are perfect without misstatement. And so when he debates about contradictions in the Bible, or say, for instance, the zombie attack on Jerusalem in Matthew, he pretends not to hold the position he holds. He says, oh, maybe that's a misstatement, who knows? He keeps it very up in the air. He doesn't say, oh, I, as a Biola professor, affirm that it's all true. And so in the end, he has to hide his position because it's literally indefensible. And so that fundamentally is where deception comes in, because his goal is to convince people not to reach the truth. Because he thinks he has the truth.
I don't know which debate it was from, but in one of the debates Craig does, someone asked him really famously, and I love asking people this question, right? If the facts of science are in conflict with the facts of Scripture, which do we defer to?
He was asked, by
and
the
Craig
way.
says,
"Yeah, I remember that."
Yeah, and he says, "Well, we have to discard the scientific facts and accept the facts of Scripture. It means that we've done incorrect science." And then he'll go on and talk about the Born-Guth-Vilenkin theorem like it means a single thing, even though he just threw it in the fucking garbage, right?
I mean, this is why I dislike like William Lane Craig. Well, dude, it's like that guy is just like ugh. And because he does this thing where he does exactly what you said, right? He was asked, like, literally, it's like, what if a scientific fact contravenes with like something that the Bible says?
Contradiction, yeah.
He said, it's like, yeah, you just believe the Bible, right? So you're doing that, but then it's like you don't want to debate certain people because they don't have a PhD. And then the only thing I can tell is just fuck off. Just fuck right off.
Oh, that's so true. That's so true. I mean, I've always heard him say about philosophy. It's like, you need to have a PhD in philosophy to debate me, because otherwise you just like lunatic trash, right? You're not even worth it.
Well, he's debated people without PhDs. It's just he's not consistent. But I mean, I'm not sure if you know about Lobo, but there's a YouTuber named Paulogia. If you don't follow his stuff, it's really amazing. He does a great job. He's a Kenyan dude. But he actually blew up the internet because he was listening to a Reasonable Faith podcast, which is William Lane Craig's podcast, Reasonable Faith, named after his book he wrote. And there was a question asked by a young Christian who was essentially asking about the epistemology of belief and doubting and everything. And William Lane Craig basically said that, he did the Pascal wager, but instead of 50-50, he said, if there's one chance in a million, you should believe it because the payoff is so great. And so the whole Christian blogosphere blew up with people being like, oh my God, William Lane Craig is not saying what he said, because William Lane Craig's position is, hey, if there's not just 50-50, if there's only one chance in a million that it could be true, that enough is reason to believe it. So it's literally just pure copium. It's just maybe it'll be
fair,
true.
like, if I agree with his point, if the only two options are Christianity or atheism, right?
Exactly.
If it's 999,999 parts or chances that atheism is true, and one chance that Christianity is true, yeah, you still should believe in Christianity.
Yeah, but you see,
it's just that there needs to be the existence of other views that would send you to hell for believing in Christianity.
But there's still a problem. But there's still a problem, Christian, because again, it's like, and I think this is something that's not being discussed enough. You cannot choose what you believe in. You're either convinced.
That's true.
Or unconvinced.
I chose to believe that too.
Yeah, because the thing is, if I make believe that I believe in the Christian God, do you think God doesn't know if he exists? Obviously, God knows. He's like, God knows. Oh, this guy is just like pretending. Right? Obviously, he doesn't believe because I know his mind. I know he doesn't believe. Right? So it's like there's no choice in there. Like literally, there's zero choice from our part.
God's wager involves fooling God. You have to be able to fool God with your fake protestations of belief.
Yeah. So like it wouldn't work, like regardless, right? That's why it's like most people. And again, this is one of the good parts I feel like about like Orthodox Christianity. We don't talk about like hell as much as like other denominations talk about. But like I've heard so many people like literally have like religious trauma, right? Where they just like they're scared. They're literally scared. You know, they have nightmares about hell. It's like, you know, that's really really bad, man. And I feel it. You know, it's like imagine growing up your whole life, knowing in your soul, right? Because you've been told, and there's all this confirmation bias around you, right? And you've been told countless times, like God exists, and if you don't believe, or if you do this, if you do that, you're going to go to hell. And hell is just like this torture and this like pain and suffering forever and ever and ever, and it doesn't end. And it's like, you have all these like Christian movies and like Christian things when you're being shown this stuff, and it hurts your soul in a way.
Christian education, man. Be afraid. Google ACE, Accelerated Christian Education. There are literally hundreds of thousands of children who are being homeschooled and being fed garbage from what's called the ACE, basically the ACE teaching lectures. They have lesson plans to basically empower homeschoolers to raise their kids in the proper Christian way of thinking. So there are a ton of these people who don't even have real education and are being indoctrinated every day of their lives up to high school in many cases.
Dude, it's like I don't know how much America can actually survive in this way. I swear. It's like I'm looking at, because I never knew about accelerated school Christian education until now when you just told me about it.
Been around for decades. Oh, you know about Covenant Eyes? The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, he has a porn watching app between his son.
I know.
It's called Covenant Eyes. Basically, it forwards his browser history to his accountability buddy, which is his son in case. Some people have pastors, but essentially it makes sure that you don't look at porn on your phone or on your computer.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's just weird, man. It's just weird. It's like I don't know how these people can live life. It's like that.
That sounds like a fun thing to set up too, with like people that you like the same porn as.
Oh no, it's like, look, I would do that. I would do that with my buddy in order to exchange. Oh, I just watched this thing, right? This is new. Right. This is a new porn. Yeah, it's like, oh, thank you, mate. It's like I didn't know about this new porn. And it's like, oh, did you see what I jacked off to last night?
I'll check it out.
Yeah, check it out, dude. It's like really fucking good. It's like, try it. Give it a good old try.
I mean, that's the best part of being an atheist. We don't have to go to a room or to a building every Sunday, compare hats, and say we still don't believe in God. You just don't believe in God. You just don't do it.
You don't have to make believe. Yeah, you don't have to make believe. Also,
yeah, we don't have to keep. Okay, guys, you still believe? You still believe?
Can I say a thing? Atheism is like factually the best, right? Because it's true. Because it's true. It's like we don't need to
quote Joel Reed's Bible. It's factually amazing.
It is factually amazing. You could say that, yeah. I don't know who Joel reads the Bible, you said, but
there's an amazing deconstruction community on YouTube. There's Joel Reed's Bible. There's Dr. Blitz Debunks. There's allegedly Ian. There's more philosophy stuff.
I mean, I never really,
from DZ debates.
I was never like in the deconstruction thing because I never deconstructed in the way that people are doing it right now, I guess. For me, it was just like reading the Bible, and I was like, "Oh, that's bullshit."
Well, you learn so much, right? Like I'm a scientist. My background's in sciences. I always had that.
Same.
And I came to atheism through evolution because I was a Christian, believed in evolution. I had no problem with it. But the first time I was called an atheist was for me talking about evolution. I'm like, why? Why wouldn't I believe in evolution? So I always came to the scientific direction. But like there are people like allegedly Ian who does more philosophy stuff, and then Justin from DZ Debates. He is like a biblical expert. He actually has a master's in divinity, and he deconstructed after going to Bible college. So he really knows the scriptures really well, and that's what convinced him by actually reading the Bible, which I always think is, as Asimov said, it's the best resource for atheism.
You see,
the
this
Bible
would never
properly read.
happen. This will never happen as much because I heard the thing, okay, and again, it's like you need to take it because I'm not like really super knowledgeable like firsthand from what's happening in the US, but like for example in other countries you can study theology, right? And you can go to to study theology as a secular person, right? So you're secular, yeah, you can go and study theology. So in my country, right, if you want to study theology, you can't just be like a secular person, right? Because you're not just studying theology, right? You're studying dogma, and it's like the only way you study that and you do that is if you want to become a priest, right? So we don't really have the resources, right? So it's like what I had to do when I read the Bible, right? Like every time I was kind of like weirded out by some things, I had to go to like works by people, outside my country, right? Because otherwise I wouldn't get like a lot of the resources, right?
That's where the internet comes in. And we talked about that before. Remember, where the religion goes to die. I mean, a great example of this is Mormonism. For years, for almost a century, the Mormon Church tried to hide the truth of Joseph Smith's polygamy from other Mormons. It's documented fact. It's simple fact of history. But it was a secret that the Mormon Church didn't want Mormons to know about. And the internet ruined that. And they have to deal with it now. And they have ways of dealing with it, certainly. But the idea of hiding the truth from their own adherents is no longer practical because anyone can Google Joseph Smith and Wikipedia him and see, oh, wait, magic underwear, Mormon war, he was necromancy, like fraud and all that stuff. I mean, the facts are there.
The magic underwear is good. It's cool, though. You have to get it.
It
is cool.
Address them. And there are ways of addressing them, to be fair, but you have to at least have the conversation. You can't hide ignorance as easy as you could.
Yeah. And also, like, one of the things about like Joseph Smith is like you're reading the Mormon, the Book of Mormon, and it's like so first of all, like the language in which it's written is like so fucking weird, and it's like it's clearly wants to be like
it's a 19th century document written in 18th century English.
Exactly, right.
Pretending
this doesn't
to be
make any
Reformed
sense.
Egyptian.
Yeah, which never existed. Yeah. But then again, it's like you're reading his life, and you're seeing how you're reading about his life, right? You're seeing how God always intervenes in his favor, right? Oh, he wants to fuck this other girl. Oh, God just gives him a revelation. It's like, oh,
just
God
like
told
Muhammad.
Me. I have to, just exactly. That's what I wanted to go.
Met his general's daughter, right? That's how he met Aisha.
Exactly. You're reading. Yeah, let's not talk about that though. But
I'm just saying, you know how Muhammad married Aisha. It was his general's daughter. He said,
hang on, stop.
Your daughter married me.
You just.
I'm just saying.
No. He wasn't talking about anything else other than just the name.
Know, but also, just can you also just try and chill out and let like not run over us? And if we ask you to stop, can you chill out, man?
Yeah. So it's like if you're reading the Quran, you're also seeing how like every time Muhammad wanted something, like especially like in the beginning of the Quran. Like every time he wants something, God just magically intervenes and he just gets exactly what he wanted. He always gets a revelation to get what he wants, and it's like so weird. It's like I'm trying to think about the people that read these things, and just like they just gloss over it, right? Because if a Muslim is to read, he's gonna read the Quran. He's gonna say, "Oh, it's obviously God just gave him everything he wanted." But if he were to read the Book of Mormon or like about Joseph Smith's life, he would see the problems, right? He would see that he's like, this guy was just bullshitting, He's just like pretending that God gave him a revelation just to get what he wanted. But then they're not going to apply the same standard to their own thing. And this is why I just find it like super, super weird how people can have this cognitive dissonance.
Well, because to me, I wouldn't want to live in a world without Joseph Smith and Mormonism because it's such a perfect example of religion. Because the history is amazing. You read into it. because you have to realize Egyptology was a fascination of the Americas then, and there were people researching it. It was the heyday of the British explorer, finding mummies and everything is amazing. But you have to realize it was this huge civilization. There were all these ancient artifacts, all this writing, because there's tons of writing from Egypt, but people couldn't translate Egyptian. And it wasn't until, you probably remember studying it in school, right? It was the Rosetta Stone, famously, right? Remember, there's 3 different things. It was Greek, Latin, and Egyptian. So the Rosetta Stone was the key to translating Egyptian cuneiform into a readable language. But at the time of Joseph Smith's writing of the Book of Mormon, people couldn't translate Egyptian. So when he talks about Reformed Egyptian, he was actually addressing a real thing, which is that, well, actually, obviously, Moses wouldn't have been writing in Hebrew because that didn't actually exist for hundreds of years. He would have been writing something in Egyptian. So it makes sense that if there was some lost text from the Jews of ancient Egypt, it'd be written in some sort of Reformed Egyptian. But the thing is, now we know more about Egyptology. We know there was never Reformed Egyptian, and we know the examples he gave and the translations he gave of Egyptian writing were inaccurate, because you couldn't disprove it then because no one knew Egyptian. But now we've learned it, and we can say, oh, wow, an obvious forgery.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not even that hard. Like the Book of Mormon is probably one of the easiest.
But it is, though. It was a real mystery. Egyptian was a real mystery back then.
No, back then, yes.
Makes it so much sweeter, exactly. It makes it a better story because now it's really easy to disprove. Absolutely.
Yeah, but it's not even just like the Egyptian, the Reformed Egyptian thing, because like there's claims of places. There's claims of things, like, and it's like we literally can go there and not see the things that he says are there, right? It's like, oh cool. So he's just like bullshitting. Yeah. I mean, they weren't really thinking that this world is going to be so interlinked, and they weren't really thinking, oh, in the future people are going to be able to fly from one place to another and have helicopters and see things from above and have like all this freaking technology, like radars and sonars and like everything, right? So yeah, he was just.
But it answers the question, right? Everyone says, well, would they die for a lie, right? Would the apostles die for a lie? Well, first off, they probably didn't die in a horrible way. But beyond that criticism, that you always say, well, Joseph Smith, did he die for a lie? He was murdered by an angry mob. Unless you think what he believed was true, then you have to accept that some people.
Him and his brother, right? Because there were like 2 people, I think they were killed. Him and his brother or something.
Of course.
Yeah.
So that's the point. Is you have to say, unless you think Mormonism is true in some sense, then clearly a whole cult of people, millions of adherents, can follow an obvious forgery of a fake religion that happened in the modern era, in the time of newspapers,
Well, but
just before the Civil War.
Velociraptor, you don't even have to go back then. It's like you can literally go today, you can go to India, to like where Sati Sai Baba, right?
Sai Baba, yes,
right, and we can literally talk not with thousands and thousands of people, right? They will give you their personal testimony about the miracles they personally witnessed, right, of Sati Sai Baba. And my question is like, we don't have the same thing from the Bible, because in the Bible we don't have the only person that we know wrote something was Paul, right? And Paul was not present, right? He wasn't a disciple. He did not see resurrected Jesus. He just had a vision of Jesus. Again, I don't know how the fuck he knew that was Jesus, right? Because he never saw him before. Clearly, there were no pictures circulating with like Jesus's face around. And
also, we know he's lying because he says in his letters that he was given these, like, he was persecuting Christians, right? And he was basically given like orders from the Sanhedrin.
He wasn't. I mean, he's not saying that.
I'm agreeing with you. Well, he does say that. He says they're orders, but we know from the writings there weren't orders.
No, it's Acts. Acts makes the claim.
Yeah, he talks about persecuting Christians.
But that wasn't him. Acts was written by the same person that wrote John.
I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, Luke Acts. But the point is, the story says that, and we know from the writings in Sanhedrin
Luke,
that they never did that.
John, Luke. But again, it's like, I don't. Obviously, we can go into the writings of the Sanhedrin, and we can see that they weren't doing that. There's nothing in there to actually point us towards the perception that they were like having people kill Christians. I don't think they were caring that much, to be honest. Especially since like the early Christians, I think they wouldn't have been seen as like anything different but Jewish, right? They would have
talked
been seen
about
as
it.
Jews, right? They would have been seen as like,
Yeah.
but they're just like some Jews with like a bit of a different theology. You know, they
They
want
write
like
about it. They
this
say it was a
different
Nazareth
people.
thing. They say it's more of a Nazarene thing. There weren't even
Yeah.
Christians everywhere in the Jewish community initially. It took hundreds of years for it, and it really developed, as I'm sure you know, in Rome. It was really Paul's writings.
Paul
that
was
spread
kind
the
of
faith.
because if you're looking at Paul, like he was trying to convince the Jews, and the Jews were kind of like, seems kind of weird. Not gonna believe you.
Paul was trying to convince the Gentiles. Yeah.
And then he just
Right.
like, oh fuck that shit. I'm gonna go with the Gentiles. I'm going to try to convince those people. You know, they're gonna believe me because they don't know how Judaism
And
works.
then Paul talk shit about the apostles. He says that they're basically fools and liars.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did wait like what 2 years or 3 years to go and speak with Peter and John, the brother of James, the brother of Jesus, right in Jerusalem. I don't know why he waited that long. There was literally no point. And when they met, they were not really agreeing that much. Let's put it that way. They were kind of strongly disagreeing with like a lot of things. Because what he was saying about Jesus didn't really make sense.
Yeah, he contradicts Jesus on numerous facets of the Christian faith.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's funny,
it's weird. It's weird.
I mean, in the end, we're talking about what I believe, and it's just, I think there's so many great examples of Sadi Sai Baba, like you mentioned, of Joseph Smith, of Simon Bar-Kova. There's a great example of a Jewish rabbi.
Oh, that's another one. The one that they believe. I forget his name. Yeah, the one that they like. A lot of people actually do believe that he was the Messiah, and they literally quote the
there's
Old
a whole
Testament.
Jewish following, Orthodox Jewish following. And I mean, it's amazing. And you look at all this and say, well, are they all true? Are they all false? Are some true and some not true? And it just seems that there's really no easy way of telling if any of it's accurate. So that's why I reject all of it. I say I fail to be convinced until there's better evidence, like you said.
Yeah, I mean that's all I ever needed, man. Some good old evidence.
Sure,
just show me. It's like where can I see these things to be true? That would be
100%.
amazing if somebody would be able to do it. Yeah, take care, man.
Yeah, thanks for the conversation, everyone. Y'all be cool.
Yeah, same. But it would have been nice if we actually had some Christians that wanted to talk about the resurrection. But I don't know. The Holy Spirit,
today.
man. I'm telling you, it's like I'm starting to lose faith in the Holy Spirit. I don't know about you, but I am.
Like it's always ridiculous to declare victory in a debate, right? But at some point,
Well, I mean, because in the Bible it tells you, right? Like the Holy Spirit is going to be there, right? Like all the time. And
to declare victory in a debate.
Right? Sorry.
At some point.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to do something. But where was I? God damn it.
Say the Holy Spirit isn't with us.
Cause it says like in the Bible it says that everywhere it's like everywhere there's a Christian, like God is with them, right? And God is going to help them. And you would assume that every time a Christian is seeing this thing, he's gonna say, "Oh, these people don't know. Okay, I'm going to go there, and I'm going to be inspired by the Holy Spirit to just present the evidence, that all these things are true." And sadly, they're not really doing that good of a job, to be honest. I don't know. So as you said, it's weird to declare victory, but sometimes, you're gonna say, you know what? Well, the gauntlet was thrown. So then, how do you do it in like a 19th century duel? You throw the gauntlet, right, and you throw it once, twice. This is the 17th episode, okay, of our little thing that we're doing here. And
hey, not bad.
Yeah, we're gonna discount 2 of them because those were like non-religion related. Mm-hmm. So it's like 15 episodes, right? In 15 episodes, it wasn't that great. It wasn't that great of a showing. You know what I mean? Not that great. And I'm expecting a bit more from the Holy Spirit, but maybe that's just me. I had a lot of faith in the Holy Spirit, and it's not reciprocated.
And it wasn't even prove us wrong this week. It was just, teach us about it.
Teach us, exactly.
And
the
one guy who was here was just like possibly LARPing as a Christian and not even wanting to talk about Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, but they know maybe when I have this, because there were like more people in the beginning. I don't know if there was like any other Christian that was willing to talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe like moving forward, we're gonna keep having some questions from people. A question is like, oh, does anybody else want to talk about the resurrection or like the topic at hand, right? So maybe we, because maybe I spent like too much on this guy and I don't think it was worth it.
That is one thing I kind of liked about the stage format is like we could see people raise their hands, right? And know like, ooh, okay, or we can know like, okay, no one else is really wanting to talk right now, so we can just bullshit, or ooh, someone wants to come up.
Yeah, I mean that's the good thing, but it's like the engagement I think is also like pretty decent. The fact that people can engage and maybe like if we have some like a mixed between that where people can raise their hand, like doing like other people.
Yeah, no, totally. That's something I thought about too. Is like it doesn't have to be like we only bring up one person at a time, but like like raise your hand to bring up. But then it's nice too, where like we don't have to waste a bunch of time like getting people to behave. We can just move into the audience for a bit.
Yeah. So what I was thinking that maybe is like one of the things that we should put in place would be like a timer for like field bros, because I feel like field bros are just not worth it at all, man. They're just like bullshitting, and it's just like a waste of time. You know what I mean? It's fun for a while, but then it just gets it is what it is. Anyway, Barb, do you guys believe in Jesus?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And do you believe he was resurrected?
Of course.
Why do you believe that?
I think it's the best reason for the evidence given. For example, like the body of Jesus was never found, right?
Okay.
And the secular scholars say that the disciples of Christ believed that they saw Jesus. That's what I've heard from secular scholars.
What secular scholars?
I think Bart Ehrman said something along those lines.
Bart Ehrman never said that.
No, yes, he did. He said that the disciples of Jesus believed that they saw something supernatural.
No, but Bart doesn't.
No.
Do you know what Bart's explanation is? What his theory about this is?
He's not gonna affirm their real resurrection. Obviously, I know he's.
Do you know what his theory is?
Did he say hallucination or something? Not sure.
No, he thinks that it's the most reasonable explanation to him is that actually Jesus had a twin brother, right, who knew all of his ministries and could replicate his mannerisms, and that they planned this, right, as like part of a death cult ritual where one of them was going to go out and preach a bunch and then die, and then 3 days later the other one would make some appearances in public, and just to be able to convince people that they resurrected. So that's what Bart Ehrman thinks explains it, right? He doesn't think that it was a supernatural event.
I know he doesn't.
Just to be
believe
clear,
it's supernatural.
Also, if I can speak to what you said, D, you said that Bart Ehrman thinks that his disciples saw him. He actually doesn't, because we don't have the writings of the disciples in the Bible, right? Like Bart Ehrman, like most secular scholars, and even like a lot of Christian scholars that are not signing like statements of faith, they know that Mark did not write Mark and Matthew did not write Matthew, and so on, right? So we don't have like personal testimonies from the people that allegedly saw Jesus, right?
Well, what you said
we just have
kind of
anonymous.
But you said
anonymous
it's kind of
writings.
different to what Krishan said, because he said that he believes that the disciples did see, but they just had a twin brother that they saw.
No, he told you. Christian was talking about what his like hypothesis is, right? About like what happened with Jesus resurrected.
So
right. This is what explains the stuff in the Bible, where we have a report of a bunch of people that say that they saw Jesus, right? I don't think Bart thinks that there were 500 reports. Because there's not, right?
Well,
Just,
he's not. He's obviously not a Christian. He doesn't believe in miracles. I know. But so do you guys hold that the twin brother hypothesis? I think that's just ridiculous. I think that's impossible. That's ridiculous. Do you guys think that's actually what happened though?
Do you think people don't have twins?
Oh, people have twins, but such a claim that he has.
I don't think that's actually what happened, but I think it is a much more reasonable explanation than hocus pocus, boobity boo. 3 days later, you're gonna come.
Have you ever heard about Zalmoxes?
Say it again.
Did you ever hear about Zalmoxes?
No, what is that?
Okay, so Zalmoxes was like this believer, like Zoroastrian guy, right? He was like a preacher of Zoroastrianism. And he actually told people that he is going to die and be resurrected. And he literally just left the region for like 3 years and then came back and said, well, I'm resurrected, I'm back. Right?
Did they see him die?
I don't know. Probably, yeah, because he kind of faked his death, right? That's the thing.
So he faked
and again, it's like you're saying, it's like, did they see him die? It's like, yeah, but none of the disciples saw Jesus die because they all left. None of them were at the crucifixion, right? They all, according to the Bible, they all had to flee.
No, there were people there present at the crucifixion, and even if
I know, but you ask me about the disciples, right? Because you said the disciples saw Jesus resurrected. Then you ask me, it's like, if these people saw Zalmoxes die, yeah, because he faked his death, right? So it's like, it's not about like seeing, it's about believing, right? And then the same goes for the disciples. None of the disciples actually saw Jesus die on the cross, right? Because they all left, right?
Okay, now you're saying that maybe Jesus didn't actually die, and there's also a twin brother hypothesis.
Oh, and I didn't say that. Also, I didn't say anything about the twin brother, right? That's not my. That's I don't necessarily think. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think it's much more likely that you just had like somebody like Peter just hallucinating, and that's it, right? You don't need more people than one, right? Because again, it's like in the Bible. In the Bible, we don't have the testimonies of people.
But you think only one person hallucinated, and the other four gospels
it's enough.
Because you obviously don't believe they all hallucinated in groups, right?
What do you mean the Gospels copied him?
The resurrection is accounted in all four Gospels, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but again, it's like you're saying they copied him. It's like nobody copied from Peter because Peter didn't write anything, right? In order to be copied, you need to write something. And Peter did not write anything.
Who hallucinated?
No, I'm saying Peter could have hallucinated it, right? It's like you could...
So he said it, and then someone wrote it down for him. Is that what you're saying?
No, it just ran around, right? Like people talk with each other, right? So it's like if Peter hallucinated it, then he could have convinced other people, maybe even some of the disciples. Who knows? He definitely probably convinced James, right, the brother of Jesus. Which, by the way, James, the brother of Jesus, had all the reasons to actually start this thing, right? Because Jesus died on the cross, and that was like the lowest form, right? So their family was kind of like put down a peg because he died as on the cross, right? And he just needed to convince a few people, and then the word spreads, right? That's all you need.
What's the reason for starting this fake religion? What do they gain from it?
Power, prestige.
Prestige? They get hated. They're persecuted.
No, they're not. What do you mean? Like literally, James, the brother of Jesus, was one of the most respected people in Jerusalem. After he became the head of the church in Jerusalem.
Blasphemy is not taken lightly in Judea at that time, and the Romans.
Well, I'm telling you, it's like, did you ever read about James, the brother of Jesus? Because like literally, yeah, it's like even in the Sanhedrin is actually being written about him, and he was just killed by somebody that didn't like him for like some unrelated reasons. It had nothing to do with theology, but he was like a very well respected person, even by like other rabbis, like Pharisee and stuff. So yeah, he had a lot to gain, right? Because he wanted to redeem the family name.
That can all be true, right? But this doesn't deny that if you start blaspheming, if you start saying Jesus is divine in that culture, in that era,
why do you think they said that?
Gain anything. Rather, you risk everything.
Why do you think they said that?
Because they believed it.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
You don't think they believe that Jesus?
No, I don't think. No, that he was divine, maybe. That he was God, certainly not. And just saying that somebody is divine, oh, that's a perfectly reasonable thing, and people believed it all the time back in those days. Yeah, and I don't think the first Christians believed that Jesus was the Son of God.
So how do you mean that, by the way, that you can be divine but not God?
You could be like, for example, like angels. Like angels are divine; they're not God.
Okay. So you don't think that so you think that even from the start, everyone knew it's a hoax? They're just spreading a hoax.
Oh, I didn't say that. No, people were convinced. So like the standard evidence for people back in the day. Obviously, some people believed. I was just saying about the disciples, because your claim was that their disciples saw him, and I don't think that's a claim you can actually substantiate, right? Because all we have in the Bible are just claims that they believed and that they saw, right? And we just have these claims are being made by anonymous sources. We don't know who, what, or when they saw anything, right? We just have these claims, which is kind of contradicting a lot of times, right? About the Bible, about the stories, about what happened.
Well, you're not going to get, of course there are going to be claims. You're not going to get video proof, right? So it's going to be attestations, it's going to be claims. So, but you're saying I can't substantiate that they actually believed it, but you can't substantiate.
No, I didn't say that. No, look.
You did say that.
No, I didn't.
The disciples didn't believe it, right?
Yeah, I don't think you can substantiate that the disciples, all the disciples, and I'm going to understand that when you say disciples, you mean all of them except Judah, right?
Yeah.
Like the 11, not the 12. Okay? Yeah. I don't think you can substantiate that all the rest, the 11, actually saw resurrected Jesus.
Why not? I mean, just the I mean,
how are you going to do that?
Obviously. You're not
Oh no, I'm accepting the Bible. I'm accepting the Bible in the sense that I know in the Bible there's a claim being made. Like, do you think just because there's a claim being made, that's enough?
So what you want is external sources to prove Jesus' resurrection.
Well, I would want, first of all, if they're saying that, I would want sources that are, that we know who wrote the things, right? And the Gospels are all anonymous. Like, none of the Gospels are actually signed by anybody. That's a later tradition after the church started. They started to put names on the Gospels, right? Maybe it's kind of like to differentiate them. I'm assuming in the beginning. So it's like all the things were just like anonymous stories, right? From like people we don't know. Would it be nice if we actually had some things from outside of the Bible, where we can know, and we don't have that?
Let me ask you a question about that. So, since either it is fabricated or people were just putting a hoax, why in the Bible was Mary Magdalene the first person to see Jesus? A woman, by the way. Why, if they're trying to make a lie or if they're trying to sell something to you, why would they make it come from the mouth of a woman when you know it's a patriarchal society where their attestation means nothing? What's this? Why would they do that?
Well, because first of all, that's not true. And I'm going to tell you exactly why. No, just I know. This is apologetics 101, right? Like all the apologists are saying the same things. First of all, it's like usually like the people that went and to take care of the bodies after they were put in in graves were women, right? The disciples, as we previously said, right? They all had to flee, so they were not there. Also, like when you're saying that Mary Magdalene found the thing, that's not really true. It depends on which gospel you're reading, because they don't have the same story in the gospels.
What do you mean? Jesus first appeared to Mary Magdalene. That's true.
According to which gospel?
I forget, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's not in all the gospels, right? It's like depending on the gospel, it's going to be a different story. Okay, in one gospel it's Mary Magdalene alone. In other gospels it's Mary and the other Mary and another one.
I thought also, you meant of course it's just women, right? It's still women.
No, it's not just women. Okay, but that being said, let me finish and then we'll get back to this. Okay, the reality is like as soon as they go there, like even let's say it's just the women going there, right? As soon as they go there and they don't see the body, they see the tomb open. You know what the first thing they do is? What is the thing they do after they discover they open the empty tomb?
I can't hear you. Can you say it again?
What is the first thing that the women did after they discovered the empty tomb?
Go ahead and tell me.
They went to take the man. Right? So that's what they did, right? They went to take the man to actually come and like verify for themselves too. Right? So no, it's like the fact that it's women actually discovering this thing actually makes a lot of sense, right? And people that were writing in those times, they were not stupid, right? They knew exactly how these things work. They knew that it's like 99% of the time it's women that go and take care of the body, right? They knew those things, so they would write the things that they knew, right? Again, they might even be true believers, right? They might just heard it in a way and then they're just writing it down. But they were not stupid. They could have been deceivers. You don't know if they were not deceivers. They have no idea.
So you said the women take care of the body. This is typically a woman's job during that time. That adds more credibility to the idea that yes, Mary Magdalene was actually there and actually either saw or was deceived.
How do you know that?
No, it's a claim I'm making.
It's a claim, yeah, but again, it's a claim from an anonymous source, right? We don't know who was there. We don't know if Jesus was in a tomb. I don't believe that Jesus was in a tomb. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. So it's like him being in a tomb is just cool. I was first talking about your claim, right? You said it's like, oh, why were the women discovering, right? And I was addressing the thing that you believe to make you understand why it makes sense for women to be the ones to discover the tomb. Now I'm talking about what I believe. I don't believe that Jesus was in a tomb. I believe what happened to Jesus is what usually happened to criminals that died on the cross. They were thrown into graves, right? Into common graves, right? With like all the other people.
So you're saying that because the women worked around dead bodies and around this was a woman's job, then that it makes sense why they were the first to come claim it. But because when he resurrected, because this is an internal critique, if he resurrected, he does not have to be around where his body was. He could be anywhere. He could literally show up to him at Thomas's crib or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like 100% he has to show up where he died because the woman is there.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's like, first of all, it's like there's this claim that Jesus was actually put in a tomb by Joseph of Arimathea, which by the way is just like a made up fictional character, because they say that and that's, I think it's in Mark, right, where they have to invent this character that actually took Jesus and put him in a special tomb, because they knew it's like if that wasn't the case, right, there were very few people that could take the body from the cross. First of all, there were the Romans, right? They could take the body from the cross and just throw it in like a random grave, right, with like other criminals. Second, it would be the Sanhedrin, right? Because they were like also like responsible for like certain bodies, and they also had like this place where they were just throwing the bodies of like convicted criminals that died on the cross. And third would have been the family, right? And the family of Jesus is like didn't have the money to pay for a tomb or like anything, right? So they had to invent this like Jesus, this Joseph of Arimathea, right? And they had to say, oh, he was like a very influential guy. He was like part of the Sanhedrin, right? So, but if you go into the Bible, you're gonna see that everybody in the Sanhedrin actually voted for Jesus to be executed. From everybody, that would also mean Joseph of Arimathea, right? So in the morning, he would have voted to just execute Jesus. And in the evening, he would have suddenly become like this follower of Jesus that wanted to take his body and put him in his grave. Right? And also like the grave had to be empty of any other bodies because he died on the cross, right? And back then in Judea, right, you couldn't put the body of somebody that died on the cross, which was like, it was a shame to have that, right? With other bodies, right? In that grave. So it's like it's a heap of issues, right? With like Joseph of Arimathea's story.
So you're saying that, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that the reason Jesus' body was never found was because it's still like in a mass grave with a bunch of other criminals. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, can you repeat?
You're saying the reason why Jesus' body was never found is because it's in a mass grave with a bunch of other criminals, right?
Yeah, of course. It's like I don't think anybody knew where Jesus was thrown.
How come we still haven't found it then? That probably there's been so many excavations in that area.
Have we found the bodies of the other two guys that were nailed on the cross next to Jesus, the thieves?
Oh no, have we?
No, why? Did they miraculously? So if you can't find them, it means they're resurrected, right?
I mean, we don't know.
No, I'm asking you because you said if we can't find the body of Jesus, that means that he resurrected, right? So if we can't find the bodies of those people, they're resurrected.
It doesn't necessitate resurrection. When all these facts come together, when all these claims from here and here and here, then it makes a strong case for it. It's not just alone because we can't find it, he resurrected. Hello, am I lagging? Hello?
Yeah, I mean, I think
like,
you
if I give you a bunch of bad reasons to believe something, at some point, do I just get to say, well, these reasons might be bad, but I've given you a cumulative case here, right?
But can I tell you another thing?
Good reasons to
about this missing body. Do you know, like there were like stories of Nero actually resurrecting? You know that? Like a lot of stories about Nero resurrection in that time. Yeah, Emperor Nero, of Rome. Right? So there were like a lot of stories about Nero's resurrection, right? There were like a lot of fake Neros running around that time. And you know what the funny thing is? Nero has a tomb. You know what's not in the tomb of Nero?
What?
The body of Nero.
Okay.
So does that mean that Nero actually resurrected?
So why? Okay, I've never heard of this, but why? How come Nero didn't start his own Christianity, his own major religion that took over the world? Just pure luck or something? What could it be? Is there really no?
How is that relevant? How is that relevant?
Because you're putting off interesting information. Okay, Nero claimed he resurrected. His body's not.
Oh, he didn't claim anything. Other people claim they saw the resurrected Nero.
Okay, cool. Similar. You're making parallels to the Jesus story. Okay.
Yeah.
Similar cases. How come only one exploded, one didn't? You tell these. They're obviously these stories are divorced from each other. One is more substantial. One is more evident.
Yeah. No, that's cool. That's cool. I'm going to tell you why. Right. Imagine you have like arrows and a bow, right? And imagine you have like 100 arrows in a bow, right? And you're shooting the bow, and from 100 arrows, like one hits the bullseye, right? And what you're doing, you're going to that arrow that hit the bullseye, right? Saying, hey, you see how good I am? It's like, how come? It's like you're saying I'm not good, but how come this arrow hit the bullseye? How come it did? If you say I'm bad at shooting the bow, right? And the reason is, it's like you're ignoring all the other 99 arrows, right? That were nowhere close to the bullseye. And the same goes with this. You're saying it's like, oh, how come Jesus, Jesus' death and the whole fiction started this thing that took over the world, right? It's like, it has to be true if he took over the world. So, you know what the prediction is? That in... Well, I mean, it's like you're kind of saying that is a factor in actually assessing whether or not it's true, right?
No,
and it's not. And the reason I'm telling you it's not is because it is a prediction that in like 50 years the biggest religion on the planet is not going to be Christianity anymore. It's going to be Islam, right?
No,
then you would have Muslims coming to you and saying, it's like, how can you say he didn't ride the horse to Jerusalem? Do you think this thing would be so successful and would have like this many billions of people believing in it if it didn't have like some truth to it? And I don't think you believe that Muhammad rode, a flying horse to Jerusalem, right?
No, I don't believe Muhammad. But what I was gonna say, I don't think is just true because it exploded. I'm saying that it exploded because it's probably convincing to a lot of people, far more convincing than whatever.
Oh, I agree with that. But the fact that something is convincing to some people doesn't necessarily make it true. What I'm talking about here is not about whether or not something is convincing. I'm talking about whether or not it's true. Like, convincing is not part of the equation. Like, a lot of things can be convincing to some people depending on your biases, right? And again, it's like if you're going back in those times, like people were believing in signs, people were believing in visions, people believed in a lot of really weird things, right? That we don't believe in today. Today, if somebody has a vision, they go to the psychiatrist, right? Back in those days, they were having portents from God.
Oh, can you give me a strong motive for them making it up? Because I still think you didn't give me any strong motive.
Well, I didn't even say they were making it up. It's like you keep saying I said something. No, I'm telling you there's better explanations for why these things happen, right? Because Peter.
Can we put our foot down? Can we put our foot down and pick? Okay,
Peter,
they didn't make
for
it up,
example,
so they believed it,
I'm giving you an explanation, right? Like Peter could have had like bereavement delusion, right? Which, by the way, it happens, right? Like a lot of people have visions of loved ones, after they die. A lot of people, right? And it's called the bereavement delusion, right? We know that. We know it happens, right? And it's like a lot, like it's extremely common. And the thing is like Peter could have been the one that had this bereavement delusion, right? Where he sees Jesus resurrected, he talks with him, because we know in the literature that people, when they have these delusions about loved ones, they sit with them at the table, they touch them, they speak with them, like all the things you would do with somebody that's not dead, right? He could have had that. And then he could have just convinced some other people, some of the disciples, some of the other people that were like in the, in the movement, right? He could have done that. And some people would believe him. Some maybe wouldn't, but some would. And it's okay, all you need. All you need is to start a movement, and then some chance.
So you believe that Peter hallucinated? Do you believe that it's only Peter that hallucinated and spread the message? Can you put your foot down and tell me?
I don't know.
That only Peter.
I don't know how many people hallucinated, because again, it's like I can only go by what's in the Bible, right? And according to what's in the Bible, the only thing that I could be like, maybe that happened, is Peter, right? Because Peter is the one that renounced him, right? And by the way, it's like guilt. Guilt is like a very good conduit to having like, to be more likely to have a bereavement delusion, right? If you harbor some guilt, right? When it comes to the deceased. So we know that about Peter, right? He was the one to denounce Jesus like 3 times and so on, right? And then he ran away. Right, he's the one that's being when it's like in the Gospel of John, right? He's the one that is being called, right, by Mary Magdalene to see the empty tomb, right? And that's why I say like Peter, right?
Yeah. So you believe Peter hallucinated, and you think other people could have hallucinated as well?
That's a good explanation. Yes.
So other people could have. How is it possible that these people are hallucinating in groups about the same thing? I think
I didn't even say that. I didn't say that they were hallucinating in groups.
You said multiple people hallucinated Jesus being resurrected.
Yeah, multiple people hallucinating. It doesn't have to be in groups. It's like you added the group stuff. I said people
That's a group.
could be
2 people is a group.
Yeah, but you don't hallucinate in group, right? Each of them could have like their own hallucinations, right? Their own bereavement delusion, right? It doesn't have to be in a group, right? They don't have to be together when that happens.
That makes it that honestly, it's more common for a group hallucination, like a group of people see.
No,
something
it's not. It's not
people
necessarily.
From different, like if you're at your home hallucinating about something, I'm at my home. That's crazy.
It's not
No, of course.
necessary.
Do you
No,
think you
it's
think
much
it's
more
more common?
likely. No, so for bereavement delusions, it's much more likely for it to happen when you're just yourself, right? It does happen when other people are present too, and it does happen to multiple people at the same time, right? Because there are people that knew, right? And there's reinforcement from one to the other, right? If they all say they're seeing something, they're gonna say they saw the same thing. But again, I'm not even claiming that. What I'm claiming is that there's other much more likely explanations than that Jesus actually resurrected from the death, from death.
Okay, but can we stick on the hallucination point for a second? So you said Peter, you likely think Peter hallucinated, likely more than Peter, maybe a couple. How many people would you say roughly? 5, 4, 3?
I don't think you need anybody else other than Peter, to be honest.
But Peter single-handedly had a hallucination and spread the lie of the resurrection amongst.
What lie?
That is more likely.
You say lie. Where did I say lie? So the thing is like when people.
It is a lie because you don't think
no,
really resurrected.
it's not a lie. No, it's not a lie. That's the problem.
Him is
the problem
truth,
you're
reality,
saying,
it's a lie, right?
but I'm not saying that, and I don't think he was lying necessarily, right? So in this thing that I'm telling you, I don't think he was lying for a second, right? The moment he had that hallucination, he's not a 20th century or 21st century guy, right? So back in those days, when people had hallucinations, they did not call them hallucinations. They were calling them visions, right? And in his case, if he has a bereavement delusion, right, he's convinced that he's talking to the real Jesus. For him, that's not a lie. He's mistaken, he's wrong, but he's not lying.
Yes, I know that for him, he thinks.
No, but you said that he's spreading the lie. No, he's not. From his point of view, he's not spreading a lie. I don't even say that he's spreading a lie. No, because lie needs to have an intent behind it. I think he's mistaken. I don't think he's lying. You understand that there's a difference, right, between being mistaken and lying, right?
Well, is an objective truth that Jesus.
No. You understand there's a difference between being mistaken and lying?
Regardless, we don't have to get into semantics. Find that he's.
No. But it's a very important thing because it's like if you're saying that I said that he was lying, you're just wrong.
No, he's not lying about what he saw. He's lying.
Yeah, he's spreading false information without knowing.
Okay, so
he's mistaken. That's why I said he's mistaken. But he doesn't know he's mistaken.
Sure. So Peter had a hallucination and single-handedly spread the misinformation to all people, which I think that's so like improbable.
Oh, not to all the people. No, but that's not how it works. He doesn't need to spread it to all people. No, he just needs to convince like 2-3 people around him, and then those people also talk with other people and say, "Oh my God, it's like, did you hear what happened? Yeah, Jesus, he died on the cross. Yeah, he came back, right?" And then what happens is the game of telephone, right? It's like what happens at first everybody just knows Peter saw him, right? And then somebody is going to say, well, it's actually all the disciples except Judah, right? Because Judah was the bad one. He killed himself or like exploded, depending on what you read about him. Okay, and then it's like it's them and another 500 people, right? It keeps adding. And it's like we don't know exactly like how the route that it took. Okay, and this whole thing happened on top of in a place and era where like these apocalyptic preachers, which Jesus was one of them, right, kept saying like a lot of things, right? It's like I'm gonna come back, and it's like it's going to be the apocalypse, and yeah, they all believed it. They all believed it because they are primed to believe it, right? The whole theology of the region was in such a way that people were primed to believe these things. Not all of them. Other people from that period maybe believed in like another preacher that something happened to him. It's like we don't know. Like a lot of things are lost to history, right? This one just happened to be the one that got on top. That's it.
Just the dominant lie.
But again, it's like you keep saying lie. You see, it's like you keep saying lie.
No, okay,
it's not a lie.
Lack of truth. I don't know.
Yeah, the dominant bullshit, right? People didn't know it was bullshit. People truly believed it.
Okay, so you as an atheist, I assume that's what you are. You don't believe in any forms of supernatural, like miracles, anything.
I've never been presented any evidence to convince me that's to be the case. Because look, it's like, do you think Muslims believe in Allah and believe in Muhammad and everything that happened to him?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Do you think they're lying?
They're lying that they believe in it? No.
No, they truly believe it, right? Do you think it's mistaken? Do you think it's false?
That's mistaken.
Yeah, you would, right? So it's the same thing, right?
So, but hold on. If there's evidence of a miracle like that, like a true miracle that happens,
What do you mean by miracle, by the way? Let's define
something
miracle.
that cannot be explained like just through regular scientific means.
So, for example, I'm going to give you an example because I don't really like this this definition of a miracle. Like for most of history, we had no idea how lightning was happening, right? We had zero explanation. We didn't know how it happens. We obviously couldn't replicate anything like that, right? So every time it happened, it was just like a miracle, right? It was from God or from the gods, depending on what religion you had, right? So if you just say that a miracle is something we can't explain scientifically, well, there's a lot of things we can't explain scientifically yet because we don't have like all the knowledge, right, about the universe.
Just something that's from the divine, basically.
Well, I don't believe in the divine, so you see how that would be kind of like useless for me.
I know. Yeah, so you don't believe in miracles because you don't believe in the divine, right?
No, it's like I don't even understand what miracles are. You understand? It's like a lot of people, try to define what a miracle is, and I understand that they say, oh, it's something that God does, right? But God can do like a lot of things. Like, for example, God could throw some dice, right? If God throws a pair of dice, is that a miracle? Well, it is an action of the divine, right? If God throws a pair of dice, but is that a miracle? Well, not necessarily, because I can throw a pair of dice, right? So let's say, then you're gonna say, let's say, he created the sun, right? Oh, cool. I mean, we can't do that right now. But what if in 2,000 years from now, our technology is going to allow us to actually make artificial suns? You know what I mean? So that's the problem that I'm having when people say miracles, right? So it's better to just talk about like specific instances, right?
I was about to say that if I gave you a specific instance, would you consider this a miracle? For example, if like there was a sighting of like the Holy Mary in a place that doesn't make sense for it to be there, would that be a miracle for you? Like a premonition?
A sighting?
Like that. Or what? Yeah, like a premonition of the Holy Mary, something like this.
So somebody sees Mary?
Yeah.
How do they know it's Mary?
I'm looking at it.
No, but it's like, how did she look like?
Like pictures of Mary.
Okay, so
we're talking about like the miracle Fatima.
No, it's like we don't need to go like into like names of like specific things. But I'm telling you, what if
I was not
convinced
by the miracle Fatima.
Yeah, I wasn't either. But that's besides the point. It's like the thing is like I know people say, oh, we saw Mary. How do they know it was Mary? How do they know what she looked like?
Because we can assume based on.
No. But you see, you're assuming.
Probably covered her head. We know probably
but
the
you're
traditional
assuming.
clothing.
No. Okay, I don't know what that means. Like, look, Paul had a vision of Jesus. I don't know how the fuck Paul was like so convinced it was Jesus because he didn't know how Jesus looked like. He had no idea how Jesus looked like, and he had no way to actually verify that what he saw was Jesus. It's the same with Mary, right? Like people can claim, oh, that was Mary. It's like, how do you know? How do you verify that was actually Mary? It's like, do you have a way to do it?
The location too. Maybe if it's on top of a church.
What's with the location?
If it's on top of a church, that's probably signifies it could be Mary.
Do you know that there was like this miracle?
The African one.
Yeah, I know. There was this miracle of like there was like this statue of Mary with baby Jesus, right? And like miraculously, it started to water, right, to form from the statue, right? That people were actually, gathering, and some people even got like healed by that water. Did you know that? Would you think that's a miracle?
Sounds like one.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a miracle because, like, sometimes later it was discovered that actually all that water, it was coming from a broken toilet. And as soon as they fixed the toilet, they fixed the water from the statue.
When was this?
Yeah, you can look it up. Let me see.
Well, the thing I was gonna bring up this one. I'll paste it in the chat.
Yeah, it's a Jesus statue. Yeah, in March 2012, in the Church of Our Lady of Velankani in Mumbai, India. Yeah, it appeared to weep. Right, you can actually look it up. Yeah, and they investigated. Yeah, they investigated, and it was from a broken toilet.
So how can you? I wasn't gonna bring up that one. I'm not even sure what you're talking about. If water miraculously healed people, it does sound like a miracle, but maybe it's not. It has to be verified. There has to be decent evidence. For example, this one that I posted. What do you see when you see that? Can you explain that to me?
I don't know. I see a negative of a picture. I don't know. I see a cross at some point. Something that looks like a figure of a person, and that's about it.
A figure of a person, right?
Yeah.
So what I see two clasped hands. I see some sort of like halo. I see like a human. I see traditional old style like Jewish clothing.
So where is that? Where is that picture from?
It's from Our Lady of Zaytun. You gotta be. Some of them are Photoshop, but
I'm asking you. I'm asking you for that specific picture.
Egypt.
No, you don't get it.
Oh, this is Wikipedia. Oh, are you talking about this from Wikipedia?
Yeah, it's like, as you see, it's like every time somebody takes a picture. And by the way, just so we're very clear, that's a picture that's on film, right? I can kind of tell that's film, right?
You can tell what?
You know, there's like today when you take a picture on your phone, it's a digital picture. You know that, right? Okay, back in the day, that picture, for example, it looks like a picture that's on film. You know what film is?
Oh, film. I couldn't understand your accent.
Yeah, film. Sorry, it's my accent, right?
1974, I believe. They didn't have the best quality.
Yeah, exactly. So that's on film, right? And the thing with film is that it can get like a lot of artifacts, right? And sometimes it's like you don't even know where you got that from, right? So whenever you have those things, and that's a negative, right? That's not the picture. That's a negative of a picture. Okay.
The negative of a picture?
Yeah, that's a negative. You know what a negative is?
What do you mean that's a negative of a picture? What does that mean?
Do you know what the negative is?
Oh.
Okay, so negative is not the picture itself, right? It's the thing that the picture is made from. Right? So you have the film, and then like the film, like the first thing you make from the film is the negative, right? And then the picture is made from the negative. Again, it's like I would have to go through like all the technology of developing film. It's not something that I'm going to go into right now. So that's a negative. That's not the actual picture. Okay.
What you're saying? You don't trust the picture?
No. It's like, first of all, it's like I would have to see exactly who took the picture. It's like, is there a chain of evidence of that picture? Does it appear in like the picture itself or only in the negative? It's like you would need to have an analysis of the film itself to actually know if that thing is real or not. Because, by the way, just so you know, people were faking a lot of things, okay, back in the day. Because it's not that hard to fake shit, right? It's not hard. And since it's a negative, you don't know exactly what the picture was of, right? You can only see the negative. Do you have the picture itself, or do you only have the negative?
Let me tell you, I just have this picture. Let me tell you something about this miracle. It's on top of a church in Egypt, right? And 1 million people saw it, allegedly, according to, you can research it yourself, Our Lady of Zaytun. 1 million people saw it of all ethnicities. They not ethnicities, religions. They were atheists, Muslims, Christians.
I looked into the Lady of Zaytun like a while ago, and it's just bullshit.
Why would it be bullshit? Well, you can't just claim that for no reason.
Oh no, it's like I didn't claim it. It's like I looked at other people that looked into it, right? And I looked at their evidence. It's not me saying it. I'm just like kind of repeating what they were saying. Because it's like there's a lot of things that don't add up, right? There's a lot of claims being made about it that don't add up. I mean, I'm not gonna do like right now like a deep dive into like the supposed miracle of the Lady of Zaytun. Like the only thing that you presented thus far, and by the way, is like I'm going to remind you, is like you were the one bringing it up, right? So it's not on me to actually demonstrate that's bullshit. It's on you to demonstrate it's real, right? And the only thing that you presented thus far is a negative of a picture, right? And let's remind ourselves, you didn't even know what a negative is, right? Because you don't know how film works. Yeah, so you see, there's a lot of things you don't know about these things, but you're very comfortable and confident in saying it's real.
Brother, I see a picture and I see people attested that it is millions of people. This wasn't like 10 people or just Peter, like you said earlier. This is millions of people who claim
how many testimonies do you have?
It was not millions of people.
It says yes.
It was not.
Read on it. Read on it.
No.
It was claimed to be like hundreds of thousands of people, not millions of people.
No,
but
said,
that's
guys.
Let's take it one at a time. Like please present to me 20 affidavits.
20 academics, you said?
Affidavits. Like affidavits. Yeah, like people that had their own testimony signed and stamped, right, by officials. Do you have 20? No, I'm not. Yes, signed testimony from people that saw and their testimony about what happened. Do you have 20 of them? I'm not asking for like 1,000, right, or 500. Just 20. Do you have 20?
So you're claiming.
I'm not claiming anything. Pay attention.
Implying, I know you're.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm asking you because you said there were millions of people that saw it, right? What I'm asking you, I'm not asking for 1 million testimonies. I'm asking you for 20. Do you have 20 written testimonies from people that saw that supposed miracle?
You want them to like write you a document on it, like from 20 people?
No, but how do you know it? How do you know how many people saw that?
News. I read the article on it, and that's what they said.
Oh, you read an article? Okay, how many people wrote the article?
I don't know. Let me check.
Do you think it's more likely that one guy wrote the article?
I'm checking right now. Let me see.
Uh-huh.
And there's a lot of references here. I don't know how to check how many people wrote it.
I mean, usually articles are written by one person.
You don't believe that there was 1 million or 100,000 people to view this miracle?
No, because look, it's like no, not at all. Because the thing is, it's like if you're telling me there are like hundreds of people, and it's all based on this like negative of a picture that you sent me, and some article in a newspaper, that's not enough evidence. Because it's like when I'm trying to remind myself what they were saying, right, when they were talking, when I looked at the things about the miracle of Zaytun, and that was one of them, right? It's like the bullshit you would like in the press too.
So I feel like the only thing that would really convince you is if you saw it with your own eyes. You said it's
not even because my eyes can also be deceived. My eyes can also be deceived.
So even if you saw it, you wouldn't believe, right?
I mean, okay, just look here. So imagine I'm there, right? Imagine I'm there and I'm looking up at this church, and I see somebody on top of the church.
Yeah.
Right? Do you think that's enough to convince me of a miracle? Like some random woman on a church?
No, that's not enough. It said in the article that the 2 Egyptian guys who first saw it, I forgot what they were. They were like construction workers or something. They thought that a woman was about to kill herself to jump off, but then they see that it's just there, and they feel like it's Mary, and they claimed it's Mary.
Why should I care about what they feel like? Like what? Why should I care? Like, they felt like it.
I don't know what you want. Like I really don't know what could ever convince you. I feel like there's nothing that could.
No, but it's like you didn't present me anything. Look, it's like you presented me like the weakest sauce ever, and then you're telling me, so if you don't believe this, I don't know what would convince you.
Oh, you literally said if you saw it with your own eyes, you'd rather think that you were deceived, and you would think you're deceived.
Huh?
That's what you said. I would honestly think it was more likely that I'm deceived and I'm seeing
Oh
something
no, it's
that's
like
actually not there.
no. What I'm saying is like I wouldn't believe my eyes 100% because like look, there's. Did you ever hear about optical illusions?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that an optical illusion is just something that's actually not there in the sense that you're seeing it, right? So what's happening is like your brain is misinterpreting what your eyes are collecting from outside reality, right? You could I look because you say, oh, it has a halo, right? I saw halos around people's heads, depending on the position of the sun. It can happen, right? Because light can be tricky sometimes, right? Depending on the air, depending on the conditions, it can do like weird things, right? That's how light works, and I know that thing. But what you're telling me here is like some construction workers saw a lady on top of a church, and they had a feeling it's Mary, the Mother of God.
They claim that they saw Mary, just like the hundreds of thousands, a million
How
people.
would they know it's Mary?
It looks like her. She's on top of a Coptic.
What do you mean
church
it looks like her? It's like, what do you mean it's like her? Looks like her?
Oh, I feel like anyone, a lot of people that see this would be like,
How?
that looks like a woman.
How?
The hands
Are you good at identifying people on rooftops?
I mean, clearly they were. They claimed it. It's on a church. Too.
Well, hang on, but like, have you ever looked up like from at the top of a rooftop, a big old church, someone standing at the very top, and be like, "Huh, wait a second, I know who that is. That's Bill Gates." Like,
oh, see, I can see if you're looking, you could probably tell who it is if you have eyes, right?
How tall was Mary?
I don't know. Like, how am I supposed to know?
What do you mean you don't know?
How tall she is? I don't
No,
know,
how tall she was, because she's dead, right? I'm assuming you don't believe she's still
You
alive.
think they can measure how tall she was? I don't know.
No, but do you know how tall she was?
In the Lady of Zaytun, what the people claimed, you're asking me?
No. I'm asking you how tall Mary, the actual human that lived, that gave birth to
Probably, bro. They obviously
Jesus.
didn't keep records of such a thing.
Okay, so you don't know even how tall she was, but people are so confident in telling me that she's Mary. What if Mary was like 1 meter and 40? What if she was like a midget?
How do you know that? That's not what appeared.
How do you know that? Because you seem very comfortable to tell us that that's Mary based on a negative of a picture.
Otherwise, why? If it's okay? Because now this is what it could be.
Oh, it's just people being wrong.
Mary.
People having feelings. You know what could be? You know what it could be on top of that church?
What is it?
It could be an actual woman that was there.
And but here's the thing about that. Here's why it can't be. Because people
can't be.
said that this happened. This went on for 4 years. 4 years is the claim that people kept seeing it for 4 years after.
Oh, is the claim? Okay. Do you have like any evidence for that claim?
Like
or
in this Wikipedia article, there's references. There's literally 22 references here. I feel like this is a credible thing. It's a documented miracle.
How is it a documented miracle?
You said you studied it, right?
No, I said I looked at some people that were like looking at it. Right? I didn't study it myself. There's literally zero reason for me to have to study it. Right?
Have what?
Because it's like if you're going, I'm looking right now. Because you said you were on the wiki article, which is weird because it's like, if you believe in it so hard, it's like you'd have like tons of evidence already, not just like a wiki article. There's also like a skeptical response. Did you read the skeptical response?
I think it said like it could just be a weird light or something like that. I remember correctly.
So it says here like estimates of the number of observers of the event vary greatly. Thousands were said to have flocked to the church soon after the first announced occurrence of the phenomenon. And then some people said even millions. Other people put it like 250,000. It's like people don't even actually.
Regardless, of course they're gonna vary.
Yeah, but there's a difference between millions. But there's a difference between millions and 250,000 and thousands, right? As usual, it's like people don't even know exactly what was happening there, right? Like, and everybody just puts whatever number they feel like. So this is, again, it doesn't give me like any vibes that actually those people actually knew like what was happening.
How many people for you does it have to be to start giving it some credibility? Because right now you called it bullshit many times.
And I'm seeing you say like the only secular. Just a second. Also, by the way, like Egypt, a highly religious country, right?
Though.
So people. Yeah, Muslim, but there's also Copts, right, in there, and there's a pretty big population of Coptic Christians.
Persecuted, and who they don't like these churches.
Who gives a fuck? There's still people. Oh, no, it doesn't, because it's about people that already believe in the supernatural, right? And it says here the only secular and English language account of the events was provided by Cynthia Nelson, a professor of anthropology at the American University of Cairo. She visited the church site on several occasions over a period of 5 months, including 15 April 1968, another week later near the end of April, and on June 1st, 1968. Despite reports of regular appearances of the Virgin Mary, Nelson did not see anything that could be identified clearly as such. Instead, she only saw a few intermittent flashes of light that she considered to be headlights, and later a glow of ambiguous shape shining through the palm trees.
Ambiguous shape.
But she admitted the source of the light was a mystery, for the streetlights had been disconnected all around the church for several days. Whenever the slightest light reflections would occur, the crowd would cheer and gasp in awe, with Nelson stating, "What the eye sees is the consequence not so much of psychological process, but of intellectual, emotional, and ideational concerns." Right?
So
again,
you said Cynthia Nelson. What is she? A secular? What was she again?
Professor of anthropology at the American University of... I mean, it's in the wiki article that you said you're writing.
Yeah, I remember.
Reading.
I remember. But
It's literally there. Yeah. So
Yeah,
again, it's like the only person, that didn't have like a bias, right? A bias towards like any religious thing, went there, right? Looked at the same thing that other people were looking, and she's like, "Where's the apparition?" It's like, I see people looking up and seeing a bit of light that comes from somewhere. She didn't know where it comes from, but it had a source. And it's just people gasping. It's like, "Oh my God, it's Mary!" It's like, yeah, because people already believed, because people were primed to believe. Because, as I said, like, Egypt is a highly religious country. Highly religious, and if you're religious, your brain is already primed to believe in the supernatural.
Can I reply real quick? So
Yeah,
you said that this Cynthia Nelson was the only person who didn't believe that Mary was up there, unlike these other.
I didn't say
people.
that. I didn't say that.
Literally, you literally said that.
Did you listen? Did you listen to what I said? Can you repeat what I said?
You said only. I heard very carefully. You said only. That's the word.
Only what? Only what?
The only person who saw that and didn't believe that it was actually Mary. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. What I said, I literally read what it says. I'm going to read you what it says in the wiki article. Okay? It says, the only secular and English language account of the events was provided by Cynthia Nelson. So, this is the only person that was secular, meaning a non-believer, that actually gave her accounts of events, right? There might have been other non-believers there. We don't have their accounts. But the only account from a non-believer that we have is this one, from Cynthia Nelson.
I think as far, I mean, I don't even know if that's really true, that she's the only non-believer to give an account. But regardless,
provide me others.
It's highly improbable that out of, let's say the lowest, 1,000 people, not one of them is an atheist, or not one of them doesn't believe. But regardless, right? What was I going to say? I lost my train of thought.
I don't know, because it's like you don't know that many things about this supposed miracle at Zaytun. You don't have that much evidence for it. All you have is like some article in the press and just people's vibes and feelings.
Even Cynthia Nelson said that the source of the light is a complete mystery. I have no idea where it's coming from. I see weird flashes of light.
Yeah, because she wasn't from above. Like, again, it's like light. I don't know if you know this, but light travels, right? Like a lot.
I know.
And it could have been from like some other place that she didn't see, right? She was just one person being there, right? She didn't have the means to investigate to see exactly where the source of the light was.
Yeah,
right?
So they weren't going to let her on top of the church.
A big problem here is that, like, if you're going to have a kind of view of being skeptical about these miracle claims, you're going to be pretty consistent in rejecting them. But if you want to accept the miracle claims at Zaytun, like, what is the difference between all of the other miracle claims that we can find that are attested to, witnessed by tons of people, have lots of specificity. Like it's going to end up being pretty arbitrary and like gerrymandered to reject all of those, but to accept Zaytoun.
Not really, because the Catholic Church doesn't just anyone that claims a miracle, put it on the list. No, they actually have a big protocol, a big process to see how the evidence holds up and see all the scrutiny and everything. They don't just take any miracle and just put it on there and say it's a miracle. But I think what I was going to reply to what Daniel said, light travels everywhere. That's true. But based on what I studied this miracle, I don't remember where I saw this. But it said that people were literally looking for where the source of light came from on top of the church. They couldn't find it. They don't know where this source is coming from. They got no idea. It's a mystery.
A mystery of what? Like where the light is coming from? Where the light is coming from? Do you think that's like? Do you think that's like a great thing?
People were looking at top of the church, like where is there some sort of guy projecting a light or like?
Oh, and by the way, just so we're like very clear, because you said, oh, it's a Muslim country. It might be a Muslim country, but by the way, Jesus is highly respected in Islam, and so is Mary, by the way.
Not Christianity.
No. I'm telling you, Mary, the mother of Jesus, is also highly revered and respected in Islam, just like Jesus is, right? So, them seeing Mary, oh, cool, it was on top of a church. Who cares, right? The thing is like even the Muslims would have been primed to actually believe it.
May I ask a question?
Because it's on top of a church, this would want to be suppressed by the Muslims because Copts have been historically persecuted forever in Egypt. I feel like I understand they venerate Mary as well, but the fact it's on a church, it brings down the fact that they would just randomly go along with it. The Muslims.
No, it doesn't. Why would it?
I think it does.
You think it does?
They're
that's you.
towards Christians in Egypt.
I mean, they're not that hostile. I have Egyptian friends. Yeah, they're. Obviously, it's like they're a Muslim country, and they're more of on the extreme side of Islam. I have Coptic friends. I have Muslim friends. Yes, I have like a lot of friends in Egypt. I have a lot of friends in the Middle East. Right? It's like I have a lot of friends in Turkey, and it's like I understand these things. What I'm telling you is that it doesn't matter. Right? And yes, is there discrimination, of Coptic people in Egypt? Yeah, of course there is. Right? I mean, I remember like some years ago, like the high, the Archbishop of the Coptic faith was called into fucking TV to denounce some bullshit things, right? And he had to go because otherwise, it wouldn't be good for him. Yes. But that's besides the point. It's like what I'm telling you is that it was Mary. And because it was Mary, and Mary is also venerated and highly respected in Islam, that would have been fine for Muslims too. Right? That's Mary. It's like we worship her. Oh, she chose a church. Okay, so what? Who cares?
Worship Mary.
Yeah, I mean, they don't worship Mary because they don't worship in the same way that Christians do, right? I would never say that they worship. I say they revere, right? It's highly revered in Islam and respected, right? As being the mother of Jesus. And so is Jesus. Jesus is also highly revered and respected in Islam.
Yeah, so I think you need to ask more Coptics how they feel about the Muslims, but that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, as I told you, it's like I know they're not being treated properly. Right, but again, it's like you're making this like it's like, oh, because it was a Coptic church, they would not believe it and they would try. No, that's bullshit.
Brings down the likelihood of them being not suppressing this and just accepting it because it's in a Coptic church. 100%. I don't think anyone could really deny that. It's a church. This miracle 100% would bring more people into Christianity, which the Egyptian Muslims would not like at all. 100%. Hello?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I'm still waiting for like actual evidence, and so far it's like you haven't really provided anything except for kind of like feels, and it's like your disbelief. And just because you couldn't see, just because you are convinced based on insufficient evidence, doesn't mean that I have to be convinced by insufficient evidence.
You can't say there's no evidence. You can just say that the evidence doesn't convince you. That's what you can say.
No, but this is extremely weak evidence. Because look, I'm looking at here like the scholarly analysis, and it says it's like look what it says here. Donald Westbrook writes that the events of Zaytun have received little scholarly attention to date. So it's like, what can I do about it? It's like you're just going to say, oh, but I believe because I read an article and what else could it be? It's like, yeah, your personal disbelief is not a good argument for believing in something. Just because you can't find like another reason, or you don't believe something, doesn't mean that something is true.
I'm not expecting a secular scholar or a historian or whatever they could be to say that the miracle actually happened. I don't expect.
Why
them,
not?
obviously. They're atheists for a reason.
Why
May
not?
I ask a question?
No, if there's just a second. It's like if the thing happened, right? There should be evidence. Like anybody should be able, right, to go there, get the evidence, present it, and make it clear for everybody. The fact that this never happens with these miracles, right? It kind of leads you into like one thing, right? Which kind of to tell you, these miracles, they're kind of bullshit, right? Because you know what? I can tell you one thing. We could go right now in India, and we can go in the region where Sati Sai Baba activated before he died, and we could literally talk and get the testimonies of thousands upon thousands of people that literally saw miracles, multiple, with their own eyes, and they could describe them in detail, right? Would that make you believe that Sati Sai Baba was God? I would say probably not, right? I don't think you would be convinced of that, right?
One second. You got to remember, even in the Christian position, they believe in supernatural things. So if it's God, it doesn't have to be God. It could be, who knows, it could be a demon. It could be.
Yeah, but Sati Sai Baba was God. It's like, again, it's like, do you think they would believe those were miracles?
But
because
even
the people,
Bible, it says,
yeah, but they wouldn't believe in their miracles. They wouldn't believe their miracles, right? Because miracles only come from God, correct?
Well, maybe they wouldn't class it a miracle, but they class it as some demonic activity. Who knows? We don't know.
Yeah, but those people say they're miracles. So what I'm telling you is like you wouldn't believe they were miracles.
Okay. But wait, you already said that it's hard to classify what a miracle is because it's just divine.
Oh yeah, it's hard to classify for me, but it's like one of the things that most people say is like these miracles come from God, right? That's the difference between miracle and magic. Because if you read the Bible, right, and you see how Moses went to Pharaoh, right, and he threw down the staff, and the staff turned into a snake. That was a miracle, right? And then Pharaoh's magi, right? They also threw their staffs down, and they turned into snakes. And those were not miracles; those were magic. Correct?
Yes.
Despite the fact that they did the same thing, right? A staff turned into a snake. In one case, it was a miracle, and in the other case, it was magic, right? So what I'm telling you is if I take you to India, to those people that saw the miracles of Sati Sai Baba, and they're telling you they're miracles because it's from God and Sati Sai Baba was God, right? You wouldn't believe they were miracles. You would believe like some other bullshit, maybe. I don't think you'd believe them at all if they tell you
they
something
give credit
happened.
to their God at the least.
All depends.
Yeah, but I don't think you would believe them, to be very sure, right? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I have a question for you, D. Now, in the Hindu religion, Krishna is God. Do you believe that Krishna is God? Do you believe he created miracles?
Are you asking me if I think Krishna is God?
Yeah.
No, Krishna.
Okay, well, if you read the Bhagavad Gita and then the Bhagavata Purana, in the Bhagavata Purana, there was a huge, absolutely murderous lightning storm from above. And there were tens of thousands of people living in that area. So Krishna, in the Bhagavata Purana, cut the mountain off at the base, lifts it up. He personally lifts it up. All the people got underneath and were saved and saw him save them from that lightning storm that would have killed everyone. You can read it in the Bhagavata Purana. Do you believe it?
I don't know. I've never heard of this before. The way that the God actually did something, that Krishna God actually did something.
Yeah, he cut the mountain off at its base, lifted it up all by himself, and held it aloft as tens of thousands of people crowded in under the mountain and were saved from this horrible lightning storm that would have killed everyone.
I don't know. I don't know what this is.
Have you ever seen? Just D. Have you ever seen?
That's what the Bhagavad Gita says.
Yeah, true. Have you ever seen an ice giant? D, have you ever seen an ice giant?
Yeah, I have actually.
You have? Where did you see an ice giant?
In my dreams, why?
No, it's like in reality, man, not like on Earth.
Of course.
Right? No, of course not. There's no more ice giants. You know why there's no more ice giants?
Why?
Because Odin promised humanity that he will kill all the ice giants. And boom, there's no more ice giants. So the fact that you don't see any ice giants means that Odin actually kept his promise. So Odin exists, and he did this thing for us.
No? Look, that's not the same thing. We have to examine the evidence of the claims. You said if I went to India and I got 1,000 people in there who claim they saw this crazy thing, miracle thing, whatever it might be, and there's actually evidence, and like maybe there's like a fucking crater in the ground proving it. I don't know. This is just interesting.
Wait. It's like it's their word. What do you mean? It's kind of like with Zaytun. It's like at Zaytun, you just have like the negative of a picture, and you have just people saying they saw stuff. It's literally the exact same type of evidence.
Let me finish. If there's this much evidence, if it's going to raise the probability of it being true, whatever they're claiming. But there's a lot of that's literally what I'm saying.
Oh, so how many people have to believe a thing in order for that thing to be true?
True.
It's not a matter of just belief. It has to just line up. Like 100,000 people could lie about something right now. It doesn't mean.
What do you mean it has to line up? Because I don't get it. It's like, what does it mean? Consistent with what? With reality?
Everything. Just with their claims must be consistent with each other, and there must be some sort of proof,
Oh, so the Earth is flat because at some point in the history of our species, 100% of the people believed the Earth was flat, and you know what? Their belief actually comported with reality because when they were looking, they saw the Earth was kind of like flat. It's like there's no sphere that we're living on.
I just said it's not about a lot of people just agree this happened. There has to be some sort of proof.
I don't think you meant proof. I think you meant evidence.
Same. Yes, that's what I mean.
Well, that's not the same. Yeah. Proof is a bit like mathematical, but yeah.
Okay, wait. May I jump in just for a second?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the saints of the Spanish Inquisition, Saint Peter Arbaux, he was martyred, and one of his miracles was that after he died, people saw his blood boil on the floor. There weren't that many. I mean, there's no pictures, and this is something the Catholic Church says is something that cannot be doubted, because anytime they declare a saint, that is without error. Is this true? This false? I mean, it's got less people seeing it than Krishna and lifting up the mountain, at least according to records. Is he a saint? Is he not a saint? Do you believe it?
He's a saint according to the Catholic Church. I don't like you can bring me a million things that people have claimed. I need to study and see for myself to see if I believe in it.
But okay, I have a problem with this thing, in that case, because you came up with the Lady of Zaytun, and you didn't even know like the first thing about how pictures were taken back then. So it's like if you no, it does. I'm telling you why it does, because now it's like when you're being presented with like counter evidence and it's like other examples where it's like it's clear that like nobody that's sane and actually respect their brain, right, would believe something. You're saying is like, well, it's like it depends on the evidence and I would have to examine it, and after I examine it, that's when I will believe it. But you believe in the miracle of Zaytun, even though you haven't really studied it and you don't really know that much about it.
I haven't studied it, so I didn't know.
Well, I can tell you why you haven't studied it, because it's like you didn't know about film. Okay, and you didn't know about the fact that pictures were taken with film back then, and you don't know how film works.
I see it's a picture, and I see.
No. I know, but it's like you see, there's a difference. It's like it's a picture. It's not. That's not a picture. What you saw there is not a picture. It's a negative. You didn't even know what a negative was.
Negatives aren't pictures?
No, negatives are not pictures.
Well, they're sort of the negative of the picture.
Exactly. That's why they're not a picture. They're the negative of a picture.
Film negatives are the actual photographs captured by a camera.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, that's the film.
So a
Yeah,
photograph
it's the film,
captured by a
which
camera
is
not
expanded, right? Usually it's kind of like expanding. It's like, it depends, right? There's multiple ways in which you can actually make a negative. But the thing with the negative, I can take the negative and I can develop a picture, right? So what you sent me was not the picture. I don't know what's in the picture, because you can't tell. Like your eyes cannot tell what's in the picture just by seeing the negative. You can see some things, right? But you're not gonna see that many, right? You're not gonna see details. Like, for example, that thing that was on top of the church, if you actually had the picture, you could actually see what it is, but you only have the negative, so you don't know what it is.
You said that.
I would go a little bit further.
Really fast. Can I just say something? You
D?
said film negatives are not pictures. He said, but here it says, according to CodeVac digitizing box, I don't know what this is. Film negatives are actual photographs captured by a camera. Photographs are pictures, bro.
No. Okay.
Photographs are not pictures.
No.
God bless. What are we doing?
No. A picture.
Oh
my God.
I did want to add one last thing. D, you said that we could trust the miracle of Satun because the Catholic Church had investigated, and they always have a really good investigation of anything they consider a miracle or a saint or anything of that sort. And I gave an example of something that happened in the 1400s that they didn't declare was actually true until the mid to late 1700s, that here we have a saint who actually killed people. He was killed because he was a Spanish inquisitor, and they declared him a saint as a martyr, and because of the miracle, because they had heavily investigated it. And I'm going, how? But wait a second. I don't think your claim that just because this Catholic Church investigates something heavy means anything, because I can look at this example of something that happened 300 years before, or at least 250 years before, and it was only seen by a few people, and they declared it to be God's truth. How can you really justify that?
Give me 1 second. So you were saying, is because the Catholic Church, I said that they have a long protocol on how to verify an actual miracle.
Yeah.
Why isn't this miracle about the Spanish Inquisitor? I don't know. I think it's a miracle.
Do you consider
I'm not sure,
their investigation? Do you consider their investigation of that miracle of his blood boiling, only seen by a couple people, to be something that proves that he was a martyr and a saint? Because the Catholic Church declared it so.
Okay. Just a second before you answer, Mushin. I will have to end the stream and the event soon, so I will have to go. So you guys can keep talking about it in the meantime. But before I go, D, can you look in the side chat?
Yeah.
I sent you a picture in the side chat. Can you tell me what the picture is of?
A field and a
like roughly.
tractor.
It kind of looks like a road, right? And there's some clouds in the distance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's wrong, because that is actually the negative of a picture. That's not a picture. It's just the negative of the picture, right? And if you actually look at the picture, that is the picture, the second one that I sent you, which is a dust storm, right? Which you couldn't tell from the first one. You would just think it's clouds, right? Because that's how negatives work, okay? So just look into it more. If you truly believe the miracle of Zaytun, just look into it. Don't be afraid, right? Look into it and say, okay, it's like people are saying they saw it. Okay, how many testimonies do we have? It's like, what did people actually see? Do we know exactly what people saw and from where it came? And it's like, is it corroborated? How many people are corroborating it? Do they have any biases? It's like, all these things are extremely important, especially since you're talking about an extremely religious country, right? Where if you went into newspaper and just said, actually, that's bullshit, obviously it's not Mary or anything, right? People would kind of look at you as like, what did you say? It's like, do you want to be put in jail or something? So just look at it more and actually get acquainted with it. Because if you just believe things for the sake of it, it's not gonna be good for you. You know what I mean?
It's negative. It just looks like the coloring changed. There wasn't like any addition to the picture.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is like it's details, right? And also like in certain things, like for example in that photo that you sent us from before with like the figure on top of the church, I could see that there's other details on that, right? There might be details, but because it's all like light colored, I can't see the details, right? If you are actually to develop that negative, you would start to see details on the figure or whatever it was. You would see, is it actually a woman praying? What is it there? But you don't know what it is there because you don't have the actual picture. You only have the negative of the picture.
Wait, but this doesn't seem that hard to reverse. Like you could, if you have the negative, just inverse the colors, right? Isn't that
well, it's not just, I mean, technically, yes. But the reality is like if you don't have access to the actual negative, you can't just do it digitally, right? Because digitally is not gonna do it properly, right? Like those things are like on hard substrate. Okay, it's actually a film. You know that film needs to be developed. It's like, and if you don't have it, well, then it's really gonna be really hard for you to actually know exactly what it was on the picture. So if you found that negative, look into find the picture also. Let's see. It's like what is it? What's in the picture? Right? When was the picture taken? What type of machine? Were there artifacts? What about the other pictures? Like the other pictures around it, right? There's so many things that you look. It's like somebody, you put it there, right? Like the one on the right, is just like so much light, right? Look at the house, right? The house on the right, that's broken down. It's all white, right? If you look in the other one, you could see some details. You could see like, oh, it's brick. Oh, and now I can see it's brick. On the other one, well, not as much. You don't know if it's brick or it's just like cracks. You don't know because you can't see it.
The point stands that in both pictures there is a house there, and regardless if mine is negative or the real picture.
Yeah, but again, it's like it's in the one that you sent first. In the one that you sent first, I don't know what that figure is because it's too bright. That's why we need the actual picture to see what was it there.
So you think in the original picture it was like darker? Is that
I don't. Oh, well, clearly it had to be darker because the on the negative it was like very bright, right? So in the picture it has to be like a lot darker, right? It's like it's the color inversion.
How can light be dark?
What?
All the attestations is light. Every single time it's light. So how can the light be dark?
Oh, no. But that's the thing. In the negative, it appears to be white, right? If it's white in the negative, it means it's black in the picture, right? Just like in the one you sent right now. Just like in the one you sent, look at all the white parts and then look at the actual picture. Are they still white? And look at the black parts and then look at the black parts in the actual picture. Are they still black? No, but they're not.
This is not parsimonious with the accounts because why? Okay, so according to that, she should be black, and in real life she should be black.
Yes, exactly. Wouldn't that be weird? Wouldn't that be weird? Because why do you think you only have the negative and you don't have the picture? Because in the picture it wouldn't be a white halo, right? It would be black. So what is it? If it's black, what is it? Because it's not a halo. Because halos are not black, right?
For me, the issue is that no one went on top of that roof to see what it was.
Yeah, but I'm not even gonna go there. But look at the thing he sent, right? In the thing he sent, that figure allegedly, right? Also, it's a bit too big. I think it's like if somebody was there. I'm looking at the top of the church. That's like a huge person. If it was a person there, like huge. But again, it's perspective. I don't know. I wasn't there. It's like I don't know where the picture was taken from, the angle, anything. And there, because it's a negative, that appears to be, let's say, a halo. But that's white in the negative. So what does it mean? It means that in the actual picture, it's not white anymore. It's
actually, what that means, this is actually more reason for it.
More reason. I mean, I find it really funny because you argued for like half an hour that actually it's super reasonable, and now it's like when I say it's the exact opposite of what you believed. Now you're saying actually that's even more of a reason. It doesn't make sense.
Because it doesn't make sense if this is a negative, right? it should be black in the original, but people claim to see light. And when you take a picture,
Yeah,
it's
people
coming
can
out
be
still
wrong.
as light. Wait, so
People
you
can
think
be wrong.
250,000 people claim to see light, they're wrong? I think you're wrong. I think you're
No,
actually. And all
okay,
the
can
people
you
in social media
provide
that comment,
20 testimonies? Signed testimonies from the people that were
everyone
there?
claims to see light. That's what the article says. It's
No,
light.
no.
Even the
It's not
secular
everybody.
journal.
Brother, you need to understand the thing. Not everybody claims that. The only thing that claims that is the article, not the people. The article, dude, the article is claiming that. Cynthia, whatever her name was, right? The person that was actually there and looked at the same thing that other people were looking at, she wasn't seeing any Mary. She was just seeing some light reflecting on the top of the church.
So it is light. So
yeah, but again, it's like that thing has nothing to do with the picture. I don't know if you get it, right? It's like what she does and what she says has nothing to do with the picture. It's like you're conflating the picture with like the testimonies of people. That picture has nothing to do with the testimonies of people. That picture is just that picture.
Cool. The first thing we're doing is establishing it is light. It must be light because
where it must be light? In the picture?
Yeah.
In the picture?
In the real life when they saw it, it's light. Even
okay, where they saw it, they saw something light. In the picture, there's no such thing. Do you agree on that?
So when you took a picture, there's no light?
I'm asking you if you agreed that the thing that's there, the human shaped thing that's there, there's no light, right? It cannot be light. Like the halo, do you look at the halo? Can the halo be light?
According to what you said about negatives and how it must be black, in the picture.
I mean, you literally saw it by yourself. You literally pulled earlier. You pulled like a comparison between a negative and an actual picture, and you could literally see it in the thing you pulled. Right? I don't have to say anything.
No,
it's not just a claim that I'm making, right? So in the picture that you sent, the figure or whatever it is there, it cannot be light. It has to be dark.
According to the picture, yes.
According to how negatives work, right? And the whole thing that is dark around it, it has to be the sky, which is lighter, right? Because it's probably a picture that was taken during daytime. Okay? I think we can agree with that, right? And it's probably the light source. The light source is probably from behind the church, because the only thing that is actually light is the cross, right? The cross is the only thing that is with light on it, because the cross is black. Okay.
Oh, but people claim to see the cross.
That's different. That's different from the picture, right? So first we need to agree on the picture, right? So the picture does not agree with the testimonies, from the article, right? With the claimed testimonies. With the claimed testimonies of the article, right? Because the article just claims there are testimonies. The article doesn't give you testimonies, it just gives you a claim of testimonies.
Well, not in this article, maybe there's another ones, but regardless.
Oh, cool, right? But again, it's like, it's not on me to find the articles, it's on you to find the articles.
Okay, maybe if I look, I could bring it to you.
Yeah, so the testimony from the article is not congruent with this picture, right? This picture is very different from what people... from what the article claims people were seeing, right? Okay, and when it comes to what the claims when it comes to the claims of what people were seeing, we have that that anthropologist Cynthia Nelson that was there, right, for 5 months on several occasions. She went there, right, and every time she was looking up when people were like, look, there's Mary, she wasn't seeing anything except some light.
Okay, I know she didn't think she saw Mary, but she saw light. You just said according to the picture, and we agreed it cannot be light. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't hold
so
up
the picture does not corroborate the testimonies that were claimed in the article. What I'm saying is, people...
Let me ask you a question. You're controlling the conversation so much. Let me ask you a question.
Well, it's my show. I don't know what you want from me.
It does not corroborate. Which one is the truth? Was there a light or was there no light? And even Cynthia is lying, or the picture is the picture just first. I don't even know what's wrong with the picture. What do you think? Give an answer.
I don't know. I don't think anything happened. I think it's like people were just primed to believe in something. You literally told me it started from two people looking at the church, seeing a woman, thinking it's somebody that wants to commit suicide, and then being convinced in their hearts of hearts, in their fifis, that that's actually Mary, the mother of Jesus. For what reason? Nobody knows.
But you're bringing up something that you basically don't have an answer. How come it doesn't corroborate with the testimony? I'm gonna tell you why it doesn't corroborate, because it's actually a miracle.
I'm sorry. It's like, do you think if you have two pieces of evidence that contradict each other, do you think that's good for your claim?
Well, you're saying it's a contradiction.
No, I'm asking you. Do you think if you have two pieces of evidence that contradict each other, is that good for your claim?
No, it's not a contradiction. It's a miracle.
No, it's a contradiction, because you have this negative, which is saying one thing, and then you have the alleged testimony of people, which says another thing. So which one is true?
Two of them under naturalistic explanations. It can't happen. So the only answer is a miracle.
No, you don't understand. It's like there's a clear naturalistic explanation for this.
What is it?
Is that nothing happened, and people were just gullible. Huh?
What's the picture if nothing happened?
I don't know. Can you show me the picture?
Oh.
Because the only thing you showed me was a negative. Do you have the picture?
The negative. Okay, wait. So okay. We agree.
Do you have the picture?
I have the negative.
Yeah, but I don't care about the negative. I want the negative and the picture. Do you have the picture? Do you know who has the negative and the picture?
I don't. The negative is here. I don't know about the picture.
No. Who has it? I'm not asking if you pasted it on the side chat. Who has it? Somebody still has it or doesn't?
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you don't know. You don't really know that much about anything when it comes to this presumed miracle of Zaytun.
You're not being honest and fair. You're like, well, how come you don't know every intricate?
Yeah, of course. It's like, of course you should know, because you should be able to demonstrate to be the case. But it's like every time you try to say something about it, it's just bunk, right? It's just like nothing makes sense, because it's all contradictory things, right? At first it was millions, then it's thousands, then it's hundreds of thousands, and then it's just like two people seeing it from the first time, but nobody got up on the church to see. It's like, is anybody there? It's like we have pictures, but actually it's not a picture, it's just a negative, and it's just like a small portion. What is it? It's just like,
you said nothing happened. And when you mean nothing,
nothing happened in the sense that it was miraculous. It was just some lighting probably there, right? And maybe a woman was on the church because nobody bothered to fucking check. You know?
You said maybe it's a woman, maybe
how many people went on the church to check?
On top, based on I don't remember, but because I researched this a long time ago, they tried to go up the church to see, and they couldn't find nothing. They couldn't find the source of the light. That's what they said. They couldn't find it.
But no, it's like if it was the Mary, mother of Jesus, right? You would expect some people would just stay there to wait for Mary to show up.
It did, but right? This happened for 4 years. This was a 4-year thing of constant.
But nobody was able to take more pictures of it in 1968. Except one picture, for which you only have the negative.
There's a couple of pictures. You can look up pictures.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, this is before iPhones game.
Yeah, people still had the cameras. I don't know if you know this.
Nobody went on top of the church, or someone did, and they still couldn't find the source. They couldn't see her. They couldn't take a up-close picture.
They couldn't find the source of the light. That's what's written in the article.
And dude, it's like I'm looking. I'm going online. It's like, you know, I just wrote like miracles of Zaytun pictures, and the only thing that I can get is just negatives. Like, dude, not a single fucking picture, man. Not one. It's all negatives. You know why? Because a lot of negatives could actually be doctored, right? You could actually doctor the negatives, but then if you develop the picture, you would see that there's just some bullshit, right? That was made with the film, right? And because this is one of the way people were doing hoaxes, like back in the day with film, right? There was like a lot of ways in which to fuck with the film, right? To make shit happen, and that's why it's like you're seeing these things and they're all negatives, not one single developed picture, right? Which is crazy, right? Well, you would think that they actually would develop a picture so you can see the actual thing, but no, apparently they didn't bother.
So not only did everyone just not pretend, but like they got misinformed to thinking it's Mary. Also, the pictures are doctored, and actually, it must have been some sort of.
I mean,
like,
can you
actual
find
woman
me?
up
Can
there.
you find me a picture that was actually developed and not a negative?
So how can I tell if it's a negative?
No, I'm asking you.
What I don't
No,
know.
I'm asking you.
Like,
Can you find a picture that is developed, a developed picture, not just the negative? Do you have a picture that's developed, an actual picture, and not just the negative? Because I literally went online, and the only thing that I can see here is just negatives, like not a single developed picture of like this presumed miracle.
Why is that not good evidence?
Because it's a negative. That's what I'm saying. It's like, again, it's like, I don't know if you know what film is, but paperback mag. We talked enough for tonight. Now I'm discussing with somebody else. Again, it's
I
like,
love you though.
Same here, man. The thing is a negative is just a negative. It's not enough. It's like, you need to also provide me the actual picture, because I need to see what is there.
There's a famous quote. There's a famous quote by Aquinas. For those with faith, no evidence is necessary.
Yeah, but you see, this is the thing with faith. I don't care about faith. Faith is people believing in things when they don't have a good reason to do it, right? I don't like to believe in things when I don't have a good reason to do it, right? I like to believe in things that I have a reason to believe, right? And thus far, it's like you haven't really provided any reason to believe in this this miracle of Satan.
Say there was no reason. You tell me none of this evidence was at least like head turning.
No, none of it is good evidence. No, none of it's just like people saying and negatives of pictures.
Of course you're gonna say it. So okay, so this.
Oh, of course, yeah. I'm the one that's unreasonable, right?
Wait, so this guy inverted the picture. So this is what the real picture would look like. Or I felt, is this even correct, bro?
I don't know. That doesn't seem like a good picture. I'm telling you. I don't know exactly where you're getting these things from, but that doesn't look like a picture. That doesn't look like a picture. You see, this is the problem, right? Because it's like at the moment you're developing an actual picture, that's a chemical process, right? That you're doing there. It is not just like a digital thing, and that's why it's like I went with you to tell you, it's like there's a difference between digital pictures, digital photography in general, and film photography. It's like, it's very different, right? Like film photography is just chemical, right? Because you have the light that is hitting the film, and there's like there's a reaction there, right? Light reacts with the substances that's on the film, right? And then it's like to the development process, you can actually get the photo, right? And again, it's a chemical process that is happening there. And that's why it's like you can get like real colors, you can get real depth and everything. You can't take this picture and develop it like digitally to have the same results. It's impossible, right? It's like for you to actually have the picture, you would have to have access to the negative or the film. Okay, and we don't have that, right? The only thing that I see online, the only thing that is available is negatives. And the reality is like you are kind of gullible and you think that is good evidence. And I'm telling you how it works. I'm telling you why that's not good evidence, and you still think I'm the unreasonable one.
I think you say I'm gullible. I think you're just ignorant or arrogant or both.
But again, it's like I'm ignorant, despite me being the only one between the two of us that know what film photography is, how it works, and why just a negative of a picture is not good evidence for what's happening in the picture, right? You yourself after that, you researched it a bit. And you gave yourself like a reason to why that negative is actually not a halo, right? Because if it's white in your negative, it has to be black in the actual photograph, right? Or dark, not black,
wait,
dark.
No, I already said that.
But again, it's like your piece of evidence is bunk, right? And you're saying I'm the one ignorant, despite me being the only one that knew these things. Like you didn't know anything about it until we actually talked about it.
Wait, I don't know why you're insulting my knowledge of film photography when you said negatives aren't pictures. They're just not the original pictures. They're still pictures, bro.
Okay, when I say picture, I'm not talking about inverted colors. Okay, I'm not talking about inverted colors. When I say picture, I'm saying it's something that is portraying what was there, right? In the actual thing, not something with inverted colors or anything like that.
Nice.
That's
You
why I
can
make a
redefine
very
picture
big
icon.
distinction between pictures and negatives. Okay, I don't care. I don't care about technicalities here because I want to make it very clear what the difference is between a picture and the negative of a picture.
You don't care about technicality, but you're on me.
No,
for
because
not
it's irrelevant. It's like because what you're going to say, hey, but it's still a picture. Well, but it's not. Because it doesn't give you the details of what was happening in that picture, right?
It's not
because that part that you actually want to actually see what's happening in, that part is actually obscured by the fact that it's all too light for you to actually understand what is happening in it. But if you actually had the developed photograph, well, in that case, you would be able to see this. But you don't have it. And also, it's like, again, it's like between the two of us, only I knew about like the hoaxes with negatives, right? Which you can go back and you can see people like making up ghosts and like all sorts of apparitions using film, right? And just faking the film, right? And the negative. But you don't know anything about that, right? I know, because I I'm a bit older. When I grew up, we didn't have digital cameras. We only have like film cameras. That's all. Like I know how those things work, right? And that's why it's like every time somebody was making a claim, and I have a photograph. What needs to be examined is the film, and is the camera that was used.
You gotta remember, this is like 1974. This is before like any crazy.
That's 1968, actually. That's 1968.
Even earlier.
Yeah, people had like film photography was pretty fucking good. Just so you know.
No, okay, but to Photoshop and to develop these con artistry, it wasn't.
I didn't say Photoshop, and if you think the only way to fake shit is by Photoshop, you're just mistaken. Again, look, and again, I'm not going to go into like a lesson about film photography with you, but look into ways in which you can actually doctor like films, in which you can induce things on the film. Yeah, but again, there's so many of these.
Access do they have to that? They're probably brand new to them. Probably. I don't know the history of film, but
yeah, I know you don't.
You think they had that access back then? You think they were up to no good doing that? You're chatting, bro.
How the fuck do you know? It's like what they. I like you. I'm not saying they did that. I'm saying they could have done that. What I'm saying is we don't know. I say I don't know. You say you do know. But when I'm asking you for evidence, you don't know anything about the evidence.
No, come on. You always say that. It's like there's nothing. There's really nothing I could say. There will be no.
Oh, if you actually had evidence, you could convince me. But your problem is that you lack.
I don't think you're convincible.
You don't think I'm convincible? Okay.
I don't think you're convincible. That's fine.
I'm happy that you know exactly what's in my brain right now. Now you're an expert on what's in my head too.
I'm just assuming.
Yeah, you're assuming, but when you're assuming, you're making an ass of you and me.
An ass?
Yeah, it's a joke, man. It's how assuming.
Wait, I'm just asking. I don't. Sometimes.
ASSUME, right? That's assume. It's an ass of you and me. It's a joke.
Oh, okay. I get it. A good joke. All right, bro.
It's an older joke. But again, it's like I know this might sound weird to you, but I'm convincible. The only difference is that, in order for you to convince me of something, you actually need to produce good evidence. And thus far, it's like you haven't. But, I'm going to stop the stream here. And I'm going to also thank you, everyone.